Oh, some gravity-defying boobies. Sorry about the art, guys. I kind of rushed this one together. Kind of threw this one together last minute, if you can't tell. La 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 la. What's up, Raymond 11? Get yourself bleached. Lower Spike Protein in the house. Raymond 11. Hey. Boom. Let's get it. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the dreaded conservative show. There's the Cash App in the dang old thingy thing. Let's pin it. Let's pin this message. Welcome to the dreaded conservative show. Another Monday night, another start of a beautiful week. This week begins Men's History Month. Men's History Month. So, we've got a little segment of the show dedicated to a great man. We're going to be talking about, and I'm going to prove that this last month was White History Month. This month's Men's History Month. So my first man in Men's History Month is going to be the great George Washington Carver. A great man. Did a lot of cool stuff with peanuts and farming. We got some farmers in here. You could thank a lot of that stuff from a great African American. Oh, I shouldn't say that. That's a dumb phrase. A great black man named George Washington Carver. Great man. We're going to be talking about, I got a fun clip. We got a great new theme song for the month that I edited up. You guys are going to enjoy that. We'll play that here in a second. We're going to be talking about a lot of things. The Alex Jones case has started. Psychology is fake. Oh, yeah. We knew it all along. But now they're coming out and telling us, basically, that they've been lying to us this whole time in the whole psychology world, the pseudoscience of psychology. We'll talk about that. Lots of little news stories this week. Lots of fun stuff. Great Biden watch this week. All the good stuff. And, we'll be reading the chats. Thank you, guys. The show is sponsored by viewers like you through Super Chats, and Cash App. We got Venmo. We got PayPal. Don't feel obligated, but, if you want to help out, you could do that. Or you could just like the video. Make sure everybody's liking the video on the way in. Make sure you're subscribed. If you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, you're crazy. I don't know what you're doing. No African drums in George's heart. Facts, bro. He was a great American man. And also, send it out. Shout out, send out. Send this out. Send it out. Send it out to your Facebook group. Send it out to your friends on Instagram. Send it out to wherever you want to send it out to, guys. Send it out. But sweet board. Oh, that one right there. Oh yeah. We just put the old trucks that I used to have. Anyway, we'll talk about the skateboard later, maybe, if we got time to get into that. I got a lot of stuff to get to today. But let's start it off with our theme song for the month. As people roll in, I hope everybody's here so they don't miss this amazing theme song and this little bit of editing that I put into it. Not a whole lot, just a little bit. Just some pictures. Just some pics, So, I hope everybody's in here. They don't miss the theme song. Let's start it off with a song, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, it's White History Month.
Oh, yeah.
And Men's History Month.
We know this guy.
Where we recognize the great
Men's History Month is just beginning.
men of the world.
Ooh.
Because everyone else has a month.
Let's turn up the volume a little bit.
Like the gays and the blacks have a month.
Yep, they do.
Women, they also have their own
With the
month.
pussy hats on.
But what about the white boys?
of the world.
What about
He white. That guy
the
white.
white man of the world?
What about it? What about it?
about all the men in this world.
Yep.
I suppose
I gotta clip
we'd
this.
all die because the women wouldn't have any seeds.
I was hoping
to
you'd say multiply
implant
there.
in their eggs. So we'd all die off eventually.
What was that?
So this one's for
Here we go.
all the men of
Hey.
the world. This one's for you. Men's History Month is in July.
August, actually. August, but close.
Great white men like Butch. Great men like King Drop and Brandon Johnson.
Ain't no women on there.
Great men like Lin Yin Chin and Lord Baby 42.
We show Confucius for Lin Yin Chin.
Hard-working men like Red Dirt Farm
Hey.
and Blazing Hogs.
That's right.
And you too, Raymond 11.
Raymond 11.
Men's History Month. It don't
Bruce!
get mentioned much.
This is our boy Bruce.
Cause it seems
Aw.
in the mainstream
Bruce.
that everybody's hating men lately,
What was that?
especially the whites.
Who edited this?
It's like we no longer have any rights. Everybody blaming the
Fun fact,
white
that's the
boys
Russian
for
military,
all their
'cause I couldn't find a picture of the American
problems
military without a
these
woman in it.
days. But that's because the mainstream is brainwashing everyone
Hey.
to hate everyone else, whether you're white or black or Jew or straight or gay or tranny.
Oh.
We all need to come together to fight this evil government that controls
Shout
the
out.
world from behind the scenes. Yeah.
My shirt's too small.
Lord Bibby 42.
Only buy your credit score though.
Little show. He's a great white man. Don't you know?
I knew that was
He
coming.
works hard every day to pay for them super chats in the Hake Report and J.S. Urban and all the rest.
I know that guy.
So next time you see a white man walking down the street, give him a big old fist bump.
Yeah.
Cause he's probably a germaphobe and don't want you to hug him.
I'd prefer a handshake myself, but
White History Month. Sorry, I kept
It's
kept
not
getting
over.
mixed up calling it White History Month, but it was supposed to be about Men's History Month. So Cosmo says you're fat. Well, I ain't
that
down
says
with
5 minutes later.
Cause your waist is small and your curves are kicking. And I'm thinking about sticking to the beanpole left in my, things like it's sister. Can't resist her. Red beans and rice did miss her. Some knuckleheads try to diss, but his girls wear my list. Cause I head came back into him and I pull up quick. And I tell him when a lady's with a butt is round and you want to get a mixed throwdown, call 1-800-LUCA a lot and kick
Kick them nasty thoughts.
Baby
Baby
got
got
back.
fat. Woo!
Baby got back, yeah. Baby got back, yeah.
Oh, okay, no more of that. Nice. Welcome to the show, guys. That was an amazing intro song. I don't know who edited it, because some of them people in there, I don't know how manly they were. I don't know what was up with that. Looked like we had some ladies in there, but I don't know. I don't know. It's 2022. You can't be quite too sure. That was brought to you by Lord Luca Music. Check out Lord Luca Music if you haven't yet. He's on fire. He's on fire. Baby got booty. What? That was a great theme song. And then after he did the Men's History Month song, he went into about an hour of rapioke, and it was fun. It's one of the funniest things I've seen in a while. But anyway, let's get on with the show. What do we got? What are we starting it off with? Let's check out this George Washington Carver White History Month. Or no, I'm sorry, Men's History Month. See, now I'm doing it too. We're going to celebrate a great man. First, I'm going to tell you, I've always been drawn to George Washington Carver. I've always thought he was a very interesting guy. Since I was young, I was really interested in him. Josh looking sharp. Thank you. See, Sal, my shirt's too small. Both the wife beater and the thingy are too small. But, you know, it is what it is. That's what happens when you get swole. But, George Washington Carver, let me first tell you a little story about myself. So, when I was in 6th or 7th grade, Josh, moving on up with the presentation. 6th or 7th grade, we had a project, and I had only been in public schools for 1 or 2 years. I was in Christian schools for elementary school, and then in middle school, I went to public school. Now, I don't know if this was the first year that Black History Month really became a thing, or if I had just never heard of it because I was in predominantly white Christian schools before this point, and when I went to public school, I just heard about it for the first time. But basically, for Black History Month at my public school, Pineview Middle School, they had a big contest, and this was an extracurricular thing. It's not like we were forced to do it. You know, this is back before, you know, Black History Month. You were forced to be doing projects on these things. But it was a optional contest for Black History Month to build a poster diorama dedicated to a great black man through history, right? And the prize was $100 cash. So I'm in 6th or 7th grade, right? I've never had $100 cash at this point. You know, I got my little allowance for cleaning the house and stuff. That's about it. And I wasn't saving no $5 or $10. I was spending it. So I was like, $100? Hey, let me get this. Plus, I'm from the hood. I know more about Black history than any of these white kids at my school. Probably true, by the way. Anyway, and so it was a project. It had a list of things you had to include. You had to have a biography. You had to have a list, a chronological thing. You had to have a bibliography of where you got all your resources and your sources. You had to, $100 for 6th grade for doing a Black History Month poster project, right? And it had to look cool. And basically, they had a bunch of judges who were going to come in and pick out the best 3 for prize money. And so I went all out, and I picked George Washington Carver. I did a whole lot of research into him. And anyway, we're almost done with this short. Then we'll talk about George Washington Carver. He was a great man. But anyway, my project, I just didn't do the flat poster board, right? I did the 3D opening cardboard diorama board. Guys, I went all out. I even had a brown paper bag stapled to one of the panels. So when you opened it up, you open this brown paper bag, and I filled it with cotton balls. And I had some cotton balls strewn about at the base of the poster board project of the diorama. It was amazing. It was an amazing project. Mine looked by far the best. Everybody else was, just one poster with a couple things on it. Mine had all these intricate details, these designs and borders, and the pop out 3D cotton bag. Everything was amazing. It was sick. And all the judges were stunned. Mine was by far the best. But check this out. I did the blackest thing in the whole contest. I forgot a bibliography. I wrote the bibliography, which a bibliography is where you take an index card and you write all your sources, right, for the project. And this was supposed to be glued to the back of the poster. I did the bibliography. I left the note card at home. And basically they said, Josh, where's your bibliography? I said, oh, shoot, I forgot it. I tried calling my mom, but she was at work. I was like, I need the bibliography. Turns out I didn't get first place. I didn't get second place. I didn't get third place. They made up a category for me. They gave me an honorable mention. And I did not win any prize money because I forgot the bibliography, which I would argue is the blackest thing in the whole contest. Like the best, the one with the most effort, you forgot one of the instructions. So I didn't have the bibliography. I got an honorable mention. I didn't get any prize money, but all the judges and all the students recognized that mine was the best. And then some little Asian girl ended up winning. And she didn't even care about Black History Month or black people. She just was a little Asian girl, and they did all the projects. So, not $100, but $10 for your little savings, or $7 after YouTube hits it with the fees. Hey, thank you, Bibby. Thank you for the super chat, Lord Bibby. That's awesome. Gracias. And so, yeah, we didn't win the contest. But anyway, that's just a story of something that happened. And I've always been interested in George Washington Carver. Let's read about him real quick. He was born in 1861 near Diamond Grove, Missouri. He died January 5th, 1943 in Tuskegee, Alabama. An American agricultural chemist, agronomist and experimenter whose development of new products derived from peanuts, groundnuts, sweet potatoes, and soybeans helped revolutionize the agriculture economy of the South. For most of his career, he taught and conducted research at the Tuskegee Normal and Industrial Institute, now Tuskegee University in Tuskegee, Alabama. Listen, this guy was a slave. Carver was born into slavery, the son of an enslaved woman named Mary, owned by Moses Carver. During the American Civil War, the Carver farm was raided, and infant George and his mother were kidnapped and taken to Arkansas to be sold. Moses Carver was eventually able to track down young George, but was unable to find Mary. Frail and sick, the motherless child was returned to his master's plantation and nursed back to health. So they during the war, somebody stole him from his plantation. So, and then his dad came and found him, brought him back to the plantation where they nursed him back to health at the plantation, right? He got away from, you think, oh, they got away from their plantation. They'll never go back to there. Heck no, bro. They didn't want to leave the plantation. They got kidnapped and taken away from it. And now slavery's ended. They went back to the plantation, and the plantation owners nursed the child back to health, raised him till he was about 10 to 12 years old, and then he left to acquire an education. He left on his own at 10 to 12 years old to acquire an education. He spent some time wandering about, working with his hands and developing his keen interest in plants and animals. He learned to draw, and later in life, he devoted considerable time to planting flowers, plants, and landscapes. By both looks and experience, George acquired a fragmentary education while doing whatever work came to hand in order to subsist. He supported himself by varied occupations that included general household worker, hotel cook, laundryman, farm laborer, and homesteader. In his late 20s, he managed to obtain a high school education. He didn't get high school educated until his late 20s in Minneapolis, Kansas, while he worked as a farmhand. Bro, this guy was working his butt off. He didn't care about no school, but he was interested in it. And when he wasn't working his butt off, when he wasn't surviving, he picked up some things here and there. He didn't graduate high school till his late 20s. And then after a university in Kansas refused to admit him because he was black, Carver matriculated. I don't even know what that word means. At Simpson College in Indianola. Maybe these are spelling. Maybe these are typos because Indianola, Iowa, where he studied piano and art, subsequently transferring to Iowa State Agricultural College later. So he went to college. He ended up going to Tuskegee. He studied for years. He became a teacher at Tuskegee. He created what we know now as crop rotation, because back then all the cotton was depleting the nutrients, the nitrogen from all the soil, and George Washington Carver was the one who figured out that things like legumes, like potatoes and peanuts, soybeans, things like this, actually put the nutrients back into the soil, the nitrogen. And if you rotate your crops, then you don't have this problem that all the farmers were having back, with the Dust Bowl, things like that. These farmers didn't know what they were doing. And it took old George Washington Carver here, a black slave, to basically save farming. And you can thank a lot of our modern farm related things. You can credit that to George Washington Carver. He was educated and mentored by Booker T. Washington, another good guy. He was trying to improve African Americans through education and the acquisition of useful skills rather than through political agitation. Unlike the guys like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and the commies, he was out here trying to help people by telling them, hey, get a skill, educate yourself, work hard, and nothing can hold you back. It doesn't matter what skin color you are. I bet you George Washington Carver didn't believe in no dang racism when his plantation owners saved his life as a child, and then they raised him to be a great man. So, happy Men's History Month, George Washington Carver. That's our boy. That is our boy. I like George Washington Carver a lot. He's super based, and I don't care what nobody says. I don't care what nobody says. That's my Negro. That's my Negro right there. Anyway, but he did. Seasouth said Josh Meriwether Lewis, one of the main characters of the Lewis and Clark expedition, lost his father when he was 8 and became the man of the house. He'd hunt for food at night, even in the winter. Nice. Let's give Josh Meriwether Lewis some props. Some props, for Men's History Month. All the great men. If you guys got ideas, drop them in the comment section of the VOD for great men in history that we can talk about throughout Men's History Month, maybe give me some little tidbits and I will collect them from you guys, put them all together. Maybe one of these weeks we can do, a viewer Men's History Month recommendation thing. Bibby got fans, all right. Why your homeboy Biz got full Hollywood straight Bibek Mountain? He did. Yes, he is dead, Lord Columby. Facts. He couldn't beat death. He ain't no Jesus. He ain't no Jesus in this piece. But and always Men's History Month, we gotta respect Jesus. We gotta respect the man. The man. So, that's what's up. Great Men's History Month little moment right there. Bibby's fans feed him grapes. His fans feed him grapes while they fan him. Fanning fans. His fanners. Fanners feeding grapes. Anyway, what's next, guys? What's next? What's next is we got to talk about. So, remember when I was telling you I needed to have a section for breaking news last week? And then I never ended up talking about the breaking news last week. Well, one of the breaking news stories last Monday, so this is the oldest news we got to go over, is this Dallas lady, this shooting at Dallas, really a minimal story. Even the shooter didn't die, no people were hurt. It's just kind of crazy, that we see that one guy, which I said he commit suicide by cop when he ran from the cops with no gun. He left his gun in the ring on the seat, and I'm really starting to see that a lot of things are looking like a lot of misled black people are committing suicide by cop. And it's probably because they've been shown through the media and through the world and through recent events that, if you get killed by a cop, your family's going to make millions and millions and millions of dollars and be good for life. So, it's also nice that last week we didn't have a lot of information on this breaking news. And I forgot to mention it last Monday, but now we got some info on it. I got a clip for you guys. We're going to play the clip. I put way too much effort into making this clip for such a small story, but when I saw the video, it made me think of the movie Set It Off, which is one of my favorite, probably top 20 favorite movies. And it's I just had some fun with this little clip here. So let's get this queued up.
Shut up, we gotta split up.
Let's get this queued up. Check out this clip, guys. This was a fun one for me. Let's shrink my cam a little bit. All right, let's get it.
Okay? Gotta. Look, I'll catch up to y'all later, I promise. What are you gonna do about the money? Just hold on to it.
I'm so wrong for this. I'm so wrong for this. One of my favorite songs coming up.
Come on, let's go.
We're going to take a copyright hit for this right here. Once the audio kicks in.
And now the police are all over the suspect's tail. We'll try to follow
Is that your
the
girls?
best we can from our
Drake!
side.
Dr. Drake!
Damn.
Here we go, boys. I put way too much time into this. Track is one of the greatest sound. Oh, it's over.
Split up, okay?
It's over, guys. That's enough of that. What did you guys think of that clip? Lord Luca Music, you've been giving Josh some singing lessons. Facts. German techno. I love that song. The Set It Off soundtrack is, as far as soundtracks go, I haven't heard every soundtrack. I really never was like, oh, let me go get this soundtrack because there's one song in the movie that I liked on it. I'd rather just have the album that the song came from. But you know how some soundtracks have original music? Well, I would say Set It Off, from what I've heard, is one of the best soundtracks ever made. You got Bone Thugs and Harmony on there. You got In Vogue. What's that song that they sing? I can't I can't think of it. You got that song right there. You got a lot of fire tracks on that piece. Me and Queen got some bros. What'd you guys think of that clip, though? Yeah, Bibbs. After school, he teaches me Streamlabs, and I teach him singing. Remember CD singles? I do. But anyway, So yeah, that was just my clip I made just to, give you guys a little refresher on what happened in Dallas. She did not die. She was taken to the hospital. She was not fatally shot, and no people were injured. No people were shot. She literally walked out from the restroom. She went into the restroom. I think maybe she was getting set up in the restroom. Comes out of the restroom and just in the middle of the atrium, in the middle of the foyer, in the entrance, she just hold up that piece and starts shooting. And the cop was right there. It's almost like she picked him right there, and the whole squad came up. They got her down. They got her handcuffed. They took her to the hospital. She aight. She ain't dead. Nobody died, which is good. But we're gonna find out a little about her real quick. Just read one quick article. Shooter at Dallas Love Field once said she was God's prophet and wife of singer Chris Brown. As recently as last summer, a Dallas County. Here's the fun part. She's not going to be likely. She's not going to be tried for anything. She's not fit to go on trial. Just like that black kid that they put in the nursing home that beat the hell out of that old man, never got tried for that. They dropped the charges because they said he wasn't mentally fit to stand trial. But what's funny? When Nicholas Cruz, who is currently on trial for the Sandy Hook? Not Sandy Hook. That's Alex Jones. We're going to talk about that too. But the Parkland shooter, when he starts talking about hearing demons and things like that, they brush it off. They say, "Oh, it's a fake plea for the insanity thing." And the resolution is still off, guys. I don't know what's wrong. For the last couple streams, my resolution's been messed up, so it's probably fuzzy. And I'm starting to sweat. I'm gonna have to turn this air conditioner on. Get the AC, Nick. But yeah, I'm sweating because it's hot in here, not because I'm like on drugs or something. But anyway, this lady probably not even gonna stand trial. As recently as last summer, a Dallas County judge found the woman accused of opening fire inside a terminal at Dallas Love Field Airport was not a danger to others. Dallas County records show. As recently as last summer, a Dallas County judge found the woman accused was not a danger to others. So that she was in court recently, and they said she's not a danger to others. 37-year-old was shot by police Monday after she pulled out a gun at the airport, aimed it towards the ceiling, and fired several times. Dallas police said no one else was injured. Odufua was struck in the lower body and hospitalized, police said. The extent of her injuries are unknown. Here, you guys want to see what she looked like? You want to see what she looked like? She black. She got a little bit of a fro. She got a little bit of nappy. I can't really talk about the nappy headed, I can't really talk about him because look what I got going on, guys. But anyway, Dallas County Judge Kristen Wade found Odufua incompetent to stand trial in June 2021 misdemeanor case and referred her to outpatient mental health services. Odufua was accused of pulling a fire alarm when there was no threat. Wade could not be reached for comment, and Odufua's mental status has not changed since. And then it tells us about how she was dropped off. But she has a mental health diagnosis. Court records show she has previously faced charges including arson, robbery, criminal trespass, false reporting, all filed in cities across North Texas over the past several years. The outcome of some cases were unclear. Monday, though, several were dismissed. Court records show she has previously told police she is married to celebrity Chris Brown and that she is God's prophet. Oh, this chick, maybe she's based. I don't know. I'm just kidding. It was unclear Monday what mental health diagnosis Odufua has led to her being found incompetent to stand trial. Being found incompetent means defendants cannot assist in their own defense or identify participants in the courtroom, such as the judge. They then undergo counseling and sometimes medication to restore them to competency. So, unclear whether she has an attorney. Yeah, it's just looking like a mess, but, nobody was hurt, so, thank God that's good at least. But just a little update that happened last Monday, but we did not report on it. It's good in these things to wait till a little more information comes out, don't you think? Does it look blurry, guys? Does it look blurry? Zoom in on that nose. Lord Collins, small hat nose. She got that nose, big like a pickle. If you can't say nothing nice, don't say anything at all. That's right, Lord Spike Protein. She on my Match.com. Oh, God. More foot ads. Was there another foot ad? Oh, Lord. Anyway, so yeah, that's that story. We got a lot of disjointed, small stories that were hard to me to connect in any, you know, meaningful way. But we do have two stories that kind of link up. So first off, monkeypox. We got to do our monkeypox update. So this is from NBC News. Monkeypox is being driven overwhelmingly by sex between men. Major study finds. Of the 528 confirmed cases reviewed, 95% are believed to have transmitted during sex between men, according to the new paper in the New England Journal of Medicine. Also, the World Health Organization has come out and said that the monkeypox are currently one of the biggest health risks. The biggest health issues right now is monkeypox. Here's what I'm wondering. Why? Why is it a problem? Just stop putting your weenie in people's butts. How about that? Yes, get yourself bleached. Yes. Yep. The global monkeypox outbreak is primarily being driven by sex between men, according to the first major peer-reviewed paper to analyze a large set of cases of the virus. The outbreak, which epidemiologists believe initially began in mid-spring gatherings of gay and bisexual men in Europe, has since alarmed such experts by ballooning to nearly 16,000 cases worldwide. Now infectious disease specialists are developing an increasingly refined understanding of the predominant conduits of monkeypox transmission, as well as typical disease course pattern. It's called butt sex, guys. You don't have to say all this. Developing an increasingly refined understanding of the predominant conduits of monkeypox transmission. No, just say we're studying butt sex. We're studying what happens when you eat another man's booty hole and you get monkeypox on your dang face. Oh, you don't believe me? Oh, you don't believe me that that's what happens? Here, let's take a look at this picture that I have. This is a common spots that monkeypox are found. How we zoom in on this? Why is it in paint? But anyway, as you see here, this is a man's lip, right in this region right here. This is a bottom lip, and this is his chin area, right in this area. Then we also have a finger. We get it on the hands and on the fingers, you know, when you're milking the prostate, tickling the sphincter, you might get a little bit of it on there. You might get a little bit of it on here when you're doing the ATM, what we call ATM. Never go ATM, guys. And then this picture, all I can guess is this by the, oh God. If you have kids in the room, guys, cover their ears. But based off the furriness in this region, I would guess that this is either the badussy, what we would call the badussy, or the pubis region. So, common places you might find that pox action. Hey, common places they blame my virtues on animals. ATM is my favorite. Then the Necronomicon, monkeypox. But so now let's bounce to another story. Let's bounce over to another story. Apparently, Reddit and Twitter have both banned the word groomer as anti-LGBTQIIAAPP plus low IQ STD HDTV HIV slur and bid tackling hate speech. So Reddit and Twitter are both now calling the word groomer hate speech. So we got to be careful. We're on YouTube right now, but I got to be careful because YouTube might be next in line to say that the word groomer is hate speech because it is an anti-LGBTQ term. Now let's think about that for a second, guys. What does that mean? Because when I talk about a groomer, I'm not necessarily talking about a member of the LGBTQ community. I may be talking about a specific drag queen that is having children stick money into their thong. I may say that they're a groomer. I may say, I would say somebody like Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell would be groomers. I don't think either of them are part of the LGBTQ community. But when Twitter and Reddit both join together and say that the word groomer is now an anti-LGBTQ slur, what they're telling me is that all LGBTQ people are groomers, basically, right? If I can't say the word groomer because it's offensive to gay and trans and bisexual people, Does that mean that all gay, trans, and bisexual people are groomers? And that's why I can't say it. Because, you know, the people who are calling people groomers don't think that. We never thought that. Now, of course, I do think a lot of them are groomers. A lot of them do groomy stuff like, you know, teaching children about sexuality and taking kids to drag queen story hours and, you know, taking your kid to the freaking abortion march or the women's march, flaunting your kid around a pride parade. All of these things are groomer-esque tendencies. These are things that groomers do. This is grooming children to live a certain way, similar to indoctrination. Like, but groomer, we're specifically talking about sexual related things. So it's not like you could groom a kid into Christianity. You could indoctrinate a kid into Christianity. You can't. But grooming is sexual stuff. So yes, most of the LGBTQ people, you know, I would say, you know, they are grooming kids. A lot of them. Maybe not all, but most. Maybe there's only a small vocal minority of them that are actually like this, and maybe the majority of gay people just want to live their lives. And you know, it is what it is. I'm fine with that. You know, keep it to yourself. We don't need to know about that, right? They're not grooming. So I'm not. If I use the word groomer, I'm not calling everybody a groomer, right? Now, what does this have to do with monkeypox? Well, we know that they found 2 children with monkeypox cases. Now, they haven't shown us pictures of these children, which, you know, they're children, so you can't just be putting their pictures on the news. But I'm concerned. I'm seriously concerned because both these children, they said, come from families of men who are involved in the gay community and these activities, these giant orgies that you know these gay guys like to brag about. Like, oh, I went to an orgy with 4 guys the other day, and you know they like. There's a video of a doctor on TikTok talking, and he's showing his monkeypox, and a lot of this stuff Fleckus reported on, Slightly Offensive reported on. So I'm trying to give it my own twist and not just show everything they showed and say all the same things they said, right? So I don't have that TikTok pulled up, but Fleckus showed it, and basically he's a doctor on TikTok. This is a guy people listen to. This is an influencer, right? And he's got a monkeypox outbreak on his lip, and he explains how he went to a party and had multiple partners in the same weekend, and then he got monkeypox. And where there are children now getting monkeypox who the men in their family are into this sort of mess. How did the kid get the monkeypox? And now they're telling us, you know, you can get it from proximity and through breathing it and respiratory droplets, just like they told us about COVID. And then they said it's not true. And then they said it is true. And then they said it's not true. And then they said it is true. So I don't know what to believe, but I really, really hope that there's some deep investigation going on to where these outbreaks are on these children. If you catch my drift, guys, based off that picture we saw, I want to know where the outbreaks are. I want to know, I want time frames. I want a deep investigation done into the families of these children. And, you know, maybe maybe these parents shouldn't have kids. And this is why I'm against this, you know, this in vitro fertilization that we got going on, this, what's it called? Surrogate families. And we got gay couples getting kids from surrogates. And it's just absolutely destroying the future of our country and of the children. And I don't have kids, so I don't have any what's it called? Something in the game, skin in the game. I don't have any skin in the game, guys. I don't have any kids. So it's really, it ain't going to hurt me. Well, it will hurt me because as our country deteriorates because of this debauchery, then it will affect me. But it's not my kid being destroyed. It's their kid being destroyed. And a lot of times, like, you'll hear people say, well, you can't talk about it because you don't have kids. And it's like, no, you're actually the biased one because you have kids. You have an emotional bias because that's your kid and how this situation goes. When in reality, I'm the one with no skin in the game. I'm the one with an objective opinion because I don't have children. So if I see a parent doing something wrong with their child and I call it out, and they'll say, well, you're not a parent, so you don't know. No, you are a parent, so you don't know because your emotions have blinded you, and And you may not see that you're destroying your child. And I'm not talking to you guys in the chat. I'm talking to all the liberals who may slowly over time come and watch these videos and drop stuff in the comment section. You know, I'm talking about the type of guys who and the moms who will take their kids to Drag Queen Story Hour and will take these kids to these parades. I'm talking to them. I can tell you, you need to cut it out because you're destroying the future of the world. And it's disgusting. So that's what's going on. We got children with monkeypox, a lot of gay guys with monkeypox. We got, you're not allowed to say groomer because it's offensive to the gay groomers. Basically, that's what's going on with that. I'm scratching my belly in the dang video. Cut it out, Josh. Don't scratch your dang monkeypox. Oh, God. I just said that. Pause. No, I don't have monkeypox, guys. I promise I don't have monkeypox in the pubis region. This is adult talk, guys. It's not my fault. It's monkeypox's fault. I'm going to drink a sip of my tea and read some chats. That's delicious. Earl Grey. Little Earl Grey tea with some organic Utah honey. A little bit of sugar cane. All right, what's next? Next, we mentioned it recently. Hold on, let me check out these chats. What's going on? Gotta call out the BS, says Lord Colin B. Facts. Michael Jordan, just stop it, all you pedos. Lord Bibby 42. Wait, they get grapes? Well, I thought the grapes was for me. Earl. Rope is still cheap. The people who create all these rules are beep. Yes, sir, Lord Luca Music. Facts. Group thinking is greater than grooming. I'm not sure what that means. Supervirus equals the monkeypox. Yep, pretty much. Where's everybody at, guys? This is a small group tonight. We got a small group. Where's everybody at? What else is going on? Hold on. You know what? I didn't send this out to any of the groups. I don't know. Woo, Ty. I got to turn my air conditioner on, guys. Give me 1 second. Whew. I'm burning up in here. Okay. Oh, I gotta have the fan on the laptop also. Oh, and I almost forgot our last segment. We're gonna do a deep dive because of Dean Melkin asked a great question about biblical translations. We're gonna do a deep dive tonight. We're gonna do a lot of Bible thumping. Not really. It's not gonna really be Bible thumping as much as learning about translations. But anyway, Robbie cussing at the mall. The mail. Where's Robbie at? Yeah, where's Robbie? Where's that whole group? They're probably having a voice call right now. They tried calling me 10 minutes before the show started. Somebody dropped by that Luca dropped by that FAFO chat. Let them know we live in this piece. About to talk about the boy AJ. About to talk about our boy AJ, Alex Jones. So currently we're in the midst of not only the Parkland shooting trial, but which we're not really gonna talk about Parkland at all tonight. The trial's still going on. They did have a interesting clip from the Parkland trial of Nicholas Cruz trying to attack and steal the taser off one of the prison guards. Maybe we'll check that out later if we have extra time. But we are going to check out this clip real quick from the boy Alex Jones. He's currently in court for his defamation case about Sandy Hook, where he basically, what the story is from the media and in the court from the judge, what they're trying to convince the jury of is that on his show, on InfoWars, Alex Jones basically called the whole Sandy Hook thing a hoax, and basically the parents are suing for $150 million for a defamation case. The parents have already made multiple millions of dollars off of Remington because they sued Remington because it was the gun used in the shooting. How that makes any sense? Like, what's crazy is I got to be real careful how I say this. The fact that these parents are suing just some commentator, just some guy like me, just some guy. Alex Jones is much bigger than me, but basically just a guy who just talks, just analyzes the news and just talks about stuff and spits out ideas and throws things against the wall and sees what sticks, right? The fact that not only will they sue the gun manufacturer of the shooter, which I don't know what that has to do with anything. I mean, maybe if you get hit by a car, of course, the person's insurance is going to take care of it, but you don't sue. If somebody hits you in a Mercedes, you don't sue Mercedes, do you? Do people do that? Is that a thing? If it is a thing, it's a very worldly thing. And this is why, as Christians, we shouldn't be getting too involved in court systems and suing people and stuff like this, because it's really just greedy. And Remington murdering people like crazy. Shame, shame. Yeah, it's really just greed. And these people, let your kids rest in peace. It was a horrible thing that happened. Now you're trying to get rich off of your dead children's blood money. You're trying to get paid out blood money from a commentator and from a gun manufacturer. This doesn't make any sense. And how I keep seeing this stuff going on, and they're drawing it out. I couldn't imagine being a parent and my child got shot in a school shooting and wanting to draw it out for the next 20 years in court cases just to get a paycheck. I would just want to let my child rest in peace, and I would want to move on. But it doesn't seem that that's what these parents are doing, which makes it seem fishy. And so yeah, they're trying to get the skateboard's going up. They're trying to get $150 million out of our boy. And so first I'm going to play this clip, and then I'm going to read this report. So here's a clip. Here's Alex Jones. This is not during the trial. This is after the trial, talking to the press.
They have taken my right for a jury to decide if I'm guilty, and now a judge tells a jury that I'm guilty, and they're trying to hide that from the jury. And during the jury question,
now I want to take a second to appreciate the boom operator here. So for Men's History Month, let's keep our eye on this boom operator, and let's see how efficient she is of a worker at her job. She's starting off with a good hold on that boom. Got it high up, off frame, out of the frame.
Videos out completely out of context. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. And this is the weaponization of the judiciary.
Let's see.
It's absolutely
She's getting a little wobbly with the boom.
This is a witch hunt. This is a show trial. This will go down in history as one of the greatest show trials ever to happen, not just here, but even
our girl is starting to droop.
I mean, even in Nazi Germany, they let you basically be innocent.
Our girl drooping.
Just rigged parts of the trial. Here, she says, I'm guilty until proven guilty.
She's struggling over there, guys.
Proven guiltier. Not guilty until proven innocent, like Nazi Germany, because you were.
She's really struggling over there, guys.
Here, I'm guilty, the judge says, and then they decide how guilty. And then, I mean, the process of this.
Oh, what's up, Robbie Brown? Oh, well, she had it lowered a little bit.
That we gave them,
I'm zooming in the edit,
I spent millions.
but the boom is definitely in the frame now.
She's fined me $1.5 million, and we're not allowed to tell the jury that. She put an order out saying,
boom operator down.
Tell the jury that you're innocent. You will not tell the jury that you're.
Now, so he's talking about how they're trying to get $150 million out of him. He doesn't even have $1 million in the bank. He got a donation of $8 or $9 million in cryptocurrency. It was an old Bitcoin wallet that somebody donated to him. And when they cashed it out, it was $8 or $9 million. Because since this Sandy Hook stuff went down, they've shut this man's life down. Him and Nick Fuentes are like the most banned people. It's not just banned on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. No. These guys can't use PayPal. They can't use Venmo. They can't use any payment processor. They can't use Cash App. Nick Fuentes couldn't fly. He can't fly on a plane. I don't know. I think Alex Jones was also put on a no-fly list at some point. And just for what? I didn't even finish what I was saying. The case is saying that he called Sandy Hook a hoax. All he did was read a report. he read another report, and it was calling it a hoax. And he read that, and now they're trying to get $150 million out of this man. And he backtracked, and he apologized publicly. All these things. He's about to talk about all of it, but that Bitcoin purse that he was given has been spent in court fines, and he's been demonetized everywhere. So it's not like he's making a lot of profit. He still sells his supplements. I'm sure he's not suffering or broke, but these people are trying to destroy this man's life, and he has a family just for something he said. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It wasn't a call to violence. It wasn't was defamation. Defamation. This is ridiculous, guys. What's up, Robbie? What's up, Stubborn One? You guys rolling in? Hi, the Gets. You guys missed the theme song at the beginning. It was epic. Let's continue. Now we're going to watch this little liberal punk in the background with the mask. This little punk in the background with the mask. Keep your eye on him. This guy right here.
He agrees he's guilty, and you're just going to decide how much he pays. This is the
look at this punk.
Your rights to due process, to the federal Constitution and the state Constitution of Texas.
Who are you, bro? Who are you, guy back here? You're nobody. Look at what you're wearing at court, you freaking idiot. You got a mask on, and it's over your chin. What's the point of the mask if you're going to have it on your chin, you dummy? You stupid liberal punk. This guy's a little... He's nobody. He's nobody.
Just a few dollars that you get the jury to decide if you're guilty, and then they decide damages.
I am going to give him epic troll props, though. He does get epic troll props, even though he's a liberal punk, you can just tell by looking at him. He's a ginger. He's kind of a loser. He's definitely a loser. But I'm going to give him epic troll props because of the simple fact that we're talking about him right now. And I'm zooming in. I'm panning to him. It is kind of funny. So he gets troll props, but he is a loser, the punk.
Mr. Jones, I hate to interrupt, but what do you have to say to the victims' families about the evidence that was laid out? We all know Sandy Hook's it's happened.
Everybody knows that.
Mock the parents. What do you have to say about that?
He didn't mock the parents.
That wasn't. So you just said the evidence. That was a bunch of edited garbage.
Yeah.
Notice he kept saying that I made
that boom mic drop, and she not a man with upper body strength. Yeah, where'd she go? She's not even in the. She had to take a break. Men's History Month, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody got to hold the boom. Somebody.
Of Heslin, I never said his
we're not recording. Dang it!
And we're going to show all that.
Now we're recording.
All lies. All lies. My fill-in host was just reading a Zero Hedge article because it was a huge controversy. I went on Megyn Kelly and said I thought it happened. I went on Megyn Kelly and said I was sorry. They didn't show you that. They showed a controversy about something that a news article on Zero Hedge said that a guy on the radio was just reading a ton of articles hours and hours a day, and they make that a big giant conspiracy that we were attacking him. Never said
Melius,
his
Incus,
name.
and Stapis.
I mocked him. You just said it. Aren't
Mallet.
you smart?
I'm very smart, and we also...
This is the incredible.
Why are they scared of Mr. Jones? Facts.
You're having all of your rights robbed. This is a kangaroo court. This is a show trial. This is a constitution.
Now listen to the guy in the background.
Destroying.
You already lost, he said.
Total and complete travesty. This is lawfare. This is the weaponization. See, that's it. You've already lost.
You already lost, Alex.
$150 million.
You've already lost. Exactly, because the judge said I was guilty.
Look at this punk, dude. Now he puts his mask on.
That's another thing. I don't have $1 million in the bank. Brother, this is all. I know this is going to blow up in their face politically. Down the road, everybody's going to know.
Alex, what is the $8 million in cryptocurrency?
That was donated, yeah, and it's all been spent.
Even the folks that don't like AJ say the judge is biased.
It's all been spent.
No, she was just openly being biased. You can watch it all. You can watch the whole trial.
Why didn't you show up to the earlier hearings?
I'll come back and talk to you guys later.
Who the 6-year-old with a backpack?
I mean, I'm working on the air every day. I'm trying to run an operation. We're not allowed to tell the jury.
Is that more important than
we're not allowed to tell the jury that InfoWars is bankrupt, and we're putting federal filings in showing we have no money to prove that.
Do you plan to be here the rest of the trial?
We got business here.
I mean, ladies and gentlemen, listen, if you want to be bamboozled and lose your First Amendment and lose your Seventh Amendment and lose all that, go ahead.
We're not even seeing the full screen.
To a trial by jury to decide if you're guilty or innocent, stolen from you. This is a kangaroo court. This is a political action. It's a witch.
What up, Lin Yin Chin? All right. And not to be a bluffing man, they probably they're InfoWars ain't gonna say they're bankrupt. InfoWars ain't gonna say they're bankrupt. Alex Jones is not a liar. Alex Jones is not a bluffing man. From the Washington Post, Alex Jones Media Company files for bankruptcy during Sandy Hook trial. So that clip that I just showed you was from very early in the week. This is from the 30th, so 2 days ago. So this just happened the other day. The parent company for Alex Jones' InfoWars website filed for bankruptcy. His attorney announced Friday as parents and victims of the 2012 mass shooting at Sandy Hook. So it's been 10 years. It's been 10 years. These people are still trying to up is a direction at JS Urban Adventures. I don't know what that means. Oh, because I oh my gosh. If he shaved all his hair off, he'd look like Jamie. AJ needs to be the new JLP expert. That would be cool. The only thing better than watching Alex Jones is watching people try to debunk Alex Jones. Yeah. Yep. But so the Sandy Hook parents are seeking $150 million theorists who million in defamation damages against the right-wing conspiracy theorist who falsely claimed the massacre was a giant hoax. Like, he was reading a thing, somebody else's conjecture, and he was like talking about it. Like, we're just talking about things. How is this? It's ridiculous. And they said that he was insulting the parents. He just said he never even brought up the parents' names. It's ridiculous. Ling Yan Chen, your attention to detail is amazing. Yes, it is. It is very much. While details surrounding the bankruptcy for InfoWars parent company were not immediately available, Raynell said the filing was made so that Jones's company could put this part of the Odyssey behind us so that we have some numbers for potential defamation damages, according to the Associated Press. It's the second time in recent months that a bankruptcy filing related to Jones has come up during litigation for the Sandy Hook families brought against the conspiracy theorists. They keep labeling him the conspiracy theorist multiple times. They don't label him a commentator. They don't label him an analyst. They don't name him a pundit. They don't call him a entertainer. They don't call him, a talk show host. All these other names, they call him a conspiracy theorist. When, bro, Alex Jones predicted 9/11 years before 9/11. And then everybody said, how did you predict it, Alex? Well, I just read the documents. Alex Jones predicted COVID would happen. Alex Jones predicted all these things. And they happened. So what do you mean conspiracy theorist? He just talks. He's an analyst of the news. And he reads a lot. He reads a lot of the crap that most people don't want to read. He goes through the fine print and all the documents. And he puts these things together. And sometimes, I guess sometimes he's wrong. I mean, rarely do I hear that he's wrong. He's real into like interdimensional beings and stuff like that. And I kind of agree with him on that stuff. But the way he says it, I wouldn't say it that way. He says it a little more different than I would say it, I guess. I would say it would be angelic and demonic spirits other than interdimensional demons. But anyway, you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, he's a fun guy. He's hilarious. He's wise. And I think just the fact that this is still in court, that we're still talking about this stuff, it makes it look even worse for the parents. I'm not going to say what he said. And I'm not going to say the parents are liars. But I am going to say this doesn't look good on them. It looks like they're greedy and they care more about getting a blood money check than about letting their children rest in peace. So what's up with that? Is Spike an Earth sign, Lynn? Interdimensional space Exicans. True Cats. Alex Jones and Joe Rogan broke the interwebs with their podcasts. The fuzz can't have that influential of a person out there with legitimacy. They have to make him look bad in their psyop. Yeah. The term conspiracy theorist is made up by the CIA to discredit truth seekers and truth tellers. That's why whenever somebody calls somebody a conspiracy theorist, the person calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is usually an idiot. And they're just blind. They're sheep. They just follow, whatever CNN tells them. And then when you say anything different than the narrative, when you put a video out of Hunter Biden weighing crack and having sex with prostitutes and you get banned on Facebook, they'll call you conspiracy theorist. Why do you think Facebook bans this stuff when it's verified? It's not because it's a conspiracy theory. It's because it's freaking true. You dummy. Anyway, Spike is the sixth element. They are an Agent Smith. So yeah, that's that. But yeah, he is filing for bankruptcy, and so like what? If they win the case, you're taking $150 million from a bankrupt company. Good job, parents. You guys are awesome. This is really gonna help. I hope this brings peace to your deceased children who were shot. I hope it brings peace to them in heaven, and it helps them, have a great afterlife. The fact that you're getting rich off of Remington and Alex Jones, it's sick. I don't care. Sue me. Sue me. I ain't got no money. I ain't got no money. Actually, you know what I do got? I got $10 from Lord Bibby, and I forgot to play the dang old theme song. Sue me. I'm with it. Hey, and Lord Grimm coming through. Lord Grimm coming through. We get to play it again. We get to play it again. Sue me for saying that I think you parents are greedy people trying to collect a blood money check. I'm not calling it a hoax. I'm just saying you parents are whack and you need to calm down. And you can come and sue me. You know why? You know why? Because I only got $5 from a super chat from Lord Grimm. That's what I got to say about that. That's what I got about to say about that. Those parents are... Yep. Anyway. Lord Grimm in the house. Yes, thank you for stopping by, Lord Grimm. All right. We only got a few more in this first segment. And then we got a lot of rapid fire news. Not a whole lot of... We got a good bit of memes, and some breaking news stuff. Really not much breaking news. Only one story that I saw. Another one. Oh, heck yeah. Hit me with that song, homie. Okay, baby. Okay, baby. Now money right. I wish I could play the whole song, but I can't. Even though we're already going to get hit with a dang copyright claim from that Set It Off clip. Yo, if y'all are getting here late, you're missing some of the best clip action ever. The opening song was fire. The dang old Set It Off Dallas interweaving was excellent, I'm going to pat myself on the back for that one, The song for Bibby. Bibby always gets the song. Lin Yan Chin is the one who doesn't like the song. Anyway, this week, weekly Biden watch. I need a sound clip for that. I need a sound clip like Biden watch. But another one from Lord Grimm, your number one with a pink-haired yellow lady. That's an excellent super sticker, Lord Grimm. Do you know what I got to say about that? Now money right. I've been broke my whole life. Now money right. Hold up. We ain't broke no more. We ain't got no money. We ain't broke. That's 2 Chainz Chameleonaire and some new guy. I don't even know how to say his name. It's spelled like Neo Gawamboe. It's spelled something like that. Neo Wamboe. And 2 Chainz. 2 Chainz. Hold up. Yes, sir. After Hake just finished the video, about to get it ready for upload now. Woot woot. Yes, sir. After Hake just finished the video, about it to get it ready for upload. Oh, you got a new video coming out, Lord Bibby? Everybody check out Lord Bibby 42. Great clip videos. Better than my clips. Come awesome clip videos from Lord Bibby. Check out Lord Grimm dropping the super stickers. Got some amazing music. Got some new music with Lord Sizzle. I haven't seen Lord Sizzle in here, but Lord H Sizzle, dropping some beats. Lord H Sizzle is getting me some lo-fi beats so we can, have some chill music playing in the background. So check out Lord Grimm. Check out Lord Bibby. Check out Lord Luca music. Check out. Don't check out of the show, but check out their shows later. Anyway, Biden watch. All right, guys. I got a clip. We got a clip to start out Biden watch. We're going to listen to a fun song. Let's get clip 4 going.
Hi.
My name is.
What?
Here's a fun clip, guys.
My name is.
Gerard Jagagins.
Gerard
My
Jagagins.
name is.
What?
My name is.
Who?
My name is.
The guy. Hi, kids. You like pie tits? They're not pie tits. You want to see me close both my eyelids? I get real close. I'm quicker than most. Let me be clear. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. I take my Talkie Joe drugs and give super long hugs.
This is so funny. I had to skip a little bit here because it was cut. The sound was cutting out. Hillary,
I'm also an ice cream guy. Bible.
bro,
Stop
Bible.
the tape. I need to be changed.
Oh Lord.
Get the f*** out of here. I keep getting it. Sorry. My thing didn't pass. Then I fell on my ass. Off a bike that wasn't even going too fast.
Wasn't even going too fast.
Flew to Crown Pimp Obama. He's a real bad dude.
He's a real
Gave
bad
him a
dude.
little fist bump because I didn't want to be rude. Gas is still $18. What do you guys
Look at
talking
that!
about?
Hey, hold on. We gotta look at that again. Let's watch the replay of that.
What are you guys talking
Damn!
about?
See, that's a power slap. Dang.
It's all right. The economy's strong.
Putin and
Proud
homeboy.
of my boy Hunty's dog. I'm the next guy. So stop your searching. And if you don't vote for me, you ain't
You're
a
not
black
a black guy person.
Hi. What? Who are you, man?
You're bribing.
Thank you, and God bless America. Smile at camera. Sniff, Sleepy, who's my name? Hunty and the big guy. DC Records.
That was so epic. Somebody shared that in the Facebook thing, and then I watched it the other day, and I had to lead into our the Jesuits and Roman Catholics are the root of the Illuminati. If you wondered, I didn't wonder. I kind of knew that. I know that. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I don't know about Jesuits. I don't know anything about Jesuits, but yeah, the we're gonna be talking about that right now. The Vulgate, the Latin Vulgate, and yes, the Vatican and the Catholic. We're gonna talk about that in our biblical translation segment, which we'll be getting to shortly. But let's get into this Biden watch. So, as you heard in the song, Joe Biden tests positive for COVID again. From CNN, Joe Biden tested positive for COVID-19 again Saturday morning, per a letter from the presidential physician, Dr. Kelvin O'Connor, and what is likely a rebound COVID-19 positivity, a rebound case. We got rebound cases now. Where's Shaq? Where is Shaq at? We need Shaq in this piece to get that rebound COVID. China virus that the doctor noted is observed in a small percentage of patients treated with Paxlovid. Well, apparently we shouldn't be using Paxlovid then. And how come when Joe Biden, when they openly announced that he was using Paxlovid, whatever the heck that is, and he had a rebound case because Shaq wasn't there, they could call it Shaqlovid. But he had the Paxlovid, which made the rebound case. But we don't hear all the media saying, don't take, only an idiot would take Paxlovid. Don't take Paxlovid. No Paxlovid allowed. You know why? You know why they're not talking bad about Paxlovid? But if Trump had said anything about hydrochloroquine or ivermectin or anything like that, they shut it down immediately. You know why that is? Well, that's because they were trying to get the emergency authorization use for the vaccine, for the Vaseline. I'm sorry, I need to say the Vaseline. They're trying to get the, well, I already said it. But anyway, they're trying to get the emergency authorization deal or whatever for the Vaseline. And the only way you can have emergency authorization on a Vaseline is if there are no other treatments for the virus. So whenever something like ivermectin or hydrochloroquine or Z-Pax or these things that we know help treat the virus when you get it, they couldn't have those be on the market. They couldn't have people knowing about those because that means there's another treatment to get the emergency authorization and force the Vaseline on us so they can jam it in our thangy thang and give us monkeypox too at the same time. They had to discredit those. Now that we already have the Vaseline emergency use authorization from the CDC and the World Health Organization and all those other crazy places, since we already have it, and we're already forcing the people to get the Vaseline for the ramage. Basically, now they can talk about Biden taking his Paxlovid, which apparently gives you rebound cases, but nobody cares about that. Biden has experienced no reemergence of symptoms and continues to feel quite well. And as a result, quite well and will, as a result, not resume treatment. What? The White House said he's not going to be treated. The president, he damn near death. You better treat that boy. What the heck? Tested negative on Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning, Thursday morning, and Friday morning before testing positive on Saturday. Bro, this guy been vaccinated 8 times with 17 boosters, and he's caught it twice in the same week. Bro, Joe is a legend, bro. Joe is the dang. He might be patient zero. He might be the strongest resistor. We need to get this man's blood. Do some tests on this guy. You know? And don't take any Paxlovid, because apparently you'll have a rebound case, guys. I'm not a doctor, but based off what I just read from CNN, that's what they said. That's what they said. Just like how Alex Jones, supposedly, called all that stuff a hoax. Well, supposedly CNN just said don't take Paxlovid because you'll get a rebound case, and you got to get vaccinated. Black and white, the eye of Ra, the eye of Horus, good and evil duality. Vagislated. Beta potato. Space Pope is a reptile. Vitamin C and D and zinc. Yep. Well, yeah. Sounds about right. Or just don't ever get tested. Here's how you cure COVID, guys. You just don't ever get tested. And when you get sick, you do what you've always done when you get sick for the entire history of existence. You drink some chicken noodle soup. You lay in bed. You take the day off work. You drink some orange juice. You get some emergency or some airborne pass, some high vitamin C. You take some other vitamins, some supplements. Get you a little chicken noodle soupage. Get you a little ginger ale if you feel nauseous. Get you some orange juice in this piece. Some toast if you're nauseous, so they could absorb all that stuff out of your tummy. And you lay down for like 2 or 3 days. You take a little time off work. Hey, that's all you need. And then if you don't get tested, guess what? You never got COVID. You never got the China virus. JS Urban Adventures, 100%. Yep. Quercetin, I don't even know what that is. Chicken broth, OJ, and cranberry juice. That's about it. You don't need to be getting no oxyethanol or whatever they put on those swabs that will test positive if you put them in the water for COVID. You don't need to be shoving that thing up in your brain and giving yourself a mini lobotomy every time you want to just get that little dick. You don't need to do it, guys. Stop poking your brain. Stop lobotomizing yourself with ethanol oxide sticks and getting your little high from shoving that thing up in your head. And again, I'm not talking to my audience here. I'm talking to all the future libs who one day may watch these old videos and drop some angry comments. We get a few lately. We've been getting a few lately. One guy in my comment section said that he said, I can't believe. He said, I used to watch your content. Now I come back and you're doing all this conservative stuff. You've joined a cult. I'll check back in a couple years to see that you realize how stupid you're, or something like that. And I was like, whatever, bruh. I said, I think culturally Marxist liberals are a cult. But anyway, one other part of Biden watch. So he's got his COVID the second time. And from NBC News, let's find out about this. Biden administration to fill border wall gaps near Yuma, Arizona. President Joe Biden, new border wall construction after he took office. Halted new border wall construction after he took office, but has since made closing the gaps just south of Yuma a priority. Whoa. Hey, wait a second. Isn't that racist? Isn't that racist, guys? If you're building a border wall, isn't that racist? That's what I was told. I know a lot of people hated Trump because they said his wall was racist. And I know when Trump came in, or when Biden came in, he left something like $22 million of steel just outside. And people were just coming by in trucks taking steel and going and recycling it. One guy got caught stealing like $1 million worth of steel over time, repeatedly coming back and just picking up wall steel and taking it and recycling it. They left $22 million just abandoned out there, got all rusty. And now, well, we're going to start it again. The Biden administration on Thursday authorized completion of the Trump-funded U.S.-Mexico border wall in an open area of southern Arizona near Yuma, where four wide gaps make it the busiest corridors for illegal crossings. The Department of Homeland Security said in a statement that the work to complete the project near the Morales Dam will better protect migrants who can get hurt slipping down a slope or down walking through a low. So it's not racist because it's going to stop them from hurting their ankle. Nice. Yo, Biden is a genius for figuring this out because when Trump did it was racist, but hey, he is protecting the migrants from sliding down a hill by building the wall. He's not doing it, to save our country. He's not doing it to, keep the inflation from going up, keep the jobs from going up, and stop, Democrat cities from increasing their number of electors by having larger populations of unregistered people and things like that. He's not doing it for any of that. He's doing it so they don't hurt their ankle on the hill. The truth is so deep. Fun story. All right. Dang, we're already an hour, 30 minutes in. We got to finish this segment up. All right, last big portion of the segment, and then this is going to be a long show, guys. I got a lot of stuff. So, I always say psychology's fake, right? And everybody always knew, if you've read any psychology books that were written after World War II, then you already knew that depression, anxiety, all these things had nothing to do with chemical imbalances in your brain. But you will often hear people who argue or advocate for these things and for these medications and for therapists and for psychologists. You often hear them say, well, you don't know. If I tell somebody, depression isn't real. Depression isn't real. It's a spiritual ailment. It's not a mental ailment. You're only depressed because you think you're depressed. If you think you're depressed, you are depressed. But it's literally in your mind. It's literally something that's in your mind. So it's not a real thing. It's a figment of your imagination. You can't convey to me your depression. You can't convey to some therapist who's never met you or some psychologist who's never met you your depression because it's your depression. And psychologists have known this for decades. But only till recently have they come out and they finally admitted it, guys. They finally admitted depression. New study hammers a nail into the serotonin model coffin. Several surveys have reported that a significant number of people believe a chemical imbalance in the brain to be the cause of depression. Over time, serotonin started to occupy the pride of place in this urban myth, popularized among other reasons to justify the sale of antidepressant drugs. The fact is that a one-to-one cause-effect relationship between serotonin and depression is too simple and not supported by the evidence. A recent review of scientific studies representing data from more than 100,000 people reached this conclusion and hit the headlines worldwide. At the same time, the review, as well as the underlying concepts, leave considerable scope to misunderstand an issue that is already a product of miscommunication. So, a review of multiple scientific studies may lay to rest once and for all the ubiquitous yet misguided belief that low levels of serotonin are responsible for depression. The so-called serotonin model, which doctors and other experts have been aware that the model was wrong, most people, including many of those taking antidepressants, have persisted with the belief that the disorder was rooted in chemical imbalance. No, it's not. This is something that they made up and to push drugs on people. They tell you have a chemical imbalance, so take this pill and we're going to fix the chemical imbalance in your brain. And it's absolutely ridiculous. All the pill does is numb you. It separates you from God. It shuts down a portion of your brain. And pretty soon you need another chemical. You need another medication because this one gets too weak. You build up a tolerance to it. Now you need a stronger one. They come out with a new one every month. So they're constantly bringing in money. This is all just a big gambit of, what am I trying to say? A big game by Big Pharma, basically, to suck in all your money. I saw an ad on YouTube for a treatment for treatment-resistant depression. They got a new type of depression. It's called treatment-resistant depression. I heard about treatment-resistant depression on an ad for the treatment for treatment-resistant depression. What? What's up, Owl Psalm? Oikami, never seen you in here. Welcome. Spiritual affliction, i.e. spiritual attack of one form or another. Facts, yes. George Diego Edwin, protein from the three, blah, 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 blah. JS, check. Thank you, Lord Grimm. Josh can read like an alpha. Let a troll speak. Posse loves trolls. Oh, is there a troll in here? If there's a troll in here, don't remove their message. Facts. Thank you, Alf Psalm. Where's the troll at? Did somebody? I don't know what he's talking about, but yeah, guys. If anybody dissenting opinions or trolls or anything like that comes in, Don't be blocking them or anything like that. We like the opposition. They stuck me on antidepressants as a kid, messed me all up. Yeah, well, generally what will happen is they'll put girls on antidepressants because girls are very emotional. This is a feminine trait. This is, we used to know these things. We used to know that females were more it's a feminine thing to be more emotional, more empathetic, more and all these things, more based in feelings. So when they put the girls on antidepressants to numb their emotions, that's what it does. It just numbs you. It just numbs your emotions. And then JLP was talking about this. They were reporting on it, and he was talking about how when they come off the drugs, they've never dealt with life before. So they think they're withdrawing from the drugs. You're not withdrawing from an antidepressant. There's no withdrawals from an antidepressant. You're not withdrawing. You're actually experiencing life as everybody else has to experience it. And it piles on you, and they go crazy, and they do crazy stuff. But they generally will put boys on ADHD medication, which everybody knows ADHD is also fake. It's also overanalyzed. It's also just a way to destroy young boys and turn them into girls, and they destroy young girls generally, not in your case, stubborn one, but usually they'll put young girls on antidepressants. They'll put young boys on stimulants, or amphetamines, basically prescription meth. They'll put them on some Ritalin or some Adderall to calm them down. Because let me tell you, just give the kid some meth. If he hits the meth pipe, I promise you he will do his homework. Just set him down in front of the book, let him hit the pizzle, 10 and 2 with the bubble, and that kid's gonna read that book, write you the book report, draw you a diorama, and do his bibliography, unlike me, in 20 minutes. And then you're gonna have to give him another project. You're gonna have to give him some Legos, or a coloring book or something like that. But anyway, all this stuff is just made to make people dependent on drugs, make them dependent on the big medical institution, the medical industrial complex, make, feminize boys. They don't want boys being active. They don't want boys doing what boys do. They want boys to sit in a desk and do a very feminine, female structured school system where you got to sit in a desk all day and just listen to somebody go wah 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 wah. So they'll put them on drugs, and it's turning all our men into beta males, and it's just a mess. And I believe this applies to all these things. Now, there are some mental ailments that I 100%, I know they're real, like Down syndrome or some forms of autism. 20 years ago, I would have said all forms of autism. But now we see the rates of autism going up crazy high. I can't remember the number. I think it's like a 30% increase over the past couple of years of the numbers of autism. But the reason for that is not that more people are getting autism. Well, I think more people probably are having autism, but really the main reason for such an increase is because they've turned autism into a spectrum now, and everybody's on the spectrum. Everybody got to be on the spectrum. And this is cultural Marxism. This is if you're not black, if you're not a minority, if you're not gay, if you're not a woman, if you're a straight white man, then you need a mental illness. You got to have a mental illness because we all got to be marginalized. We all have to be oppressed. We can't have people being ableist and normal. This is just like last week how I told you our mayor turned freaking White History Month into Mental Illness Recognition Pride Month, Mental Illness Pride Month. And we need to destigmatize mental illness and normalize mental illness. This is what our mayor said. Our mayor said we need to normalize mental illness. So, this is cultural Marxism. Everybody needs to be oppressed. Everybody needs to be marginalized. Everybody needs to be in a weakened state. Everybody needs to be dependent on the government. We need to be dependent on Big Pharma. We need to be taking our SSRIs and our antidepressants and our prescription meth and all these things all the time. And it just turns everybody into a bunch of zombies. It's crazy. It's crazy. But so they're admitting that depression never had to do anything with a chemical imbalance. And anybody, again, I'll say this, anybody who's done any research at all on this stuff knew that this was the case. They knew that this was a made up thing that people just repeat. So this is why, we gotta do our research. We gotta actually look into things. Don't just believe anything because somebody said it. And you know, also to back up what I'm saying, I had to write this down because it's been a while since I read it. But so when I say psychology isn't real, it's not a real science. This is not just me just saying this. This is a fact. Psychology is not a real science. They had to make up a whole nother segment of science called social science. This is like civics. This is like psychology, psychiatry, all this therapy, all these things, lesbian dance theory, all this stuff. These are social science, which should basically just be called pseudoscience or fake science because it's not real science. Because for something to be a field to be considered real science, it has to meet five scientifically for something to be considered scientifically rigorous, it has to meet 5 requirements. Okay. The first requirement, it has to have clearly defined terminology. Psychology does not have clearly defined terminology. They change the words, they redefine things all the time. And this is how we knew that that depression and all these things are just made up, because they'd say, okay, we got this person and let's, he hits this thing, this thing, this thing, and this thing, and this thing. They basically set out this criteria, and the problem with their experiments is they would have a hypothesis, and then they would do the experiments to correctly meet the hypothesis. That's not how science is supposed to be done. You're supposed to try to disprove your hypothesis. You want to disprove your hypothesis. You don't want to make up a hypothesis and then specifically tailor your experiments to agree with the hypothesis, right? Well, that's what these fake social science scientists do, is they'll make up an experiment and then they'll say, okay, well, now we got 5 criteria for meeting depression. And so somebody will come in and they'll say, well, you meet this one, this one, this one, this one, but you don't meet this one. Well, so they're not depressed. Well, but they are. We're going to call them depressed. We just need to make up another name. So now we have another form of depression. We have severe depression. Or no, we have seasonal depression. Or no, we have this type of depression. No, we have this type of depression because this person doesn't meet this one or this one, but we still want to get them on the depression medication. We're going to make up another depression medication that just fits these 3 things. Oh, but what if you hit these 3 and this one, and then there's another one? Oh, well, we didn't have that in our original criteria. Now we got to rewrite the whole thing. And, they rewrite their Bible every couple of years. They got the DSM-6 coming out soon. That's the psychologist Bible. And they're just crazy. They're destroying people. So clearly defined terminology. Nope. Let's see. Quantifiability. No. None of this stuff is quantifiable because it's all in our minds. It's a stranger getting a paycheck to talk to another stranger and ask them questions. How does that make you feel? Well, how does that make you feel? Oh, okay. Well, that's nice. Oh, I want you to be, this is a safe space. You can tell me everything. Oh, you lost your child. Oh, how does that make you feel? Oh, your wife divorced you. Well, what do you think about that? Oh, okay. So this is what they're doing. None of that stuff is quantifiable. None of that stuff. It's just all imagination. Thank you for another super chat. Fist bump from Lord Grimm. Hey, we're getting a fist bump in here. Thank you, Lord Grimm. So quantifiability, nope, they don't hit that one. Let's see. Highly controlled experimental conditions. So this is what I was just telling you about in their experiments. They are not highly controlled experimental conditions. They don't even follow the scientific method. They do not meet they don't get the credit for being a true scientific experiment because it's not real. It's all based on hearsay. It's based on whatever somebody's telling you. And a lot of these people who go into these psychologists and these therapists and stuff, they want the medication. They want the benefits. They want the government money. So I could walk into any therapist right now and get medication for ADHD. I know exactly how to act. I know exactly what to tell them because I've studied this stuff. I could walk into a therapist and get some Xanax right now. I can get some depression medication. I could get some whatever, some bipolar. I could pretend. And whatever I tell them, I can get some government assistance. I can get some drugs that I can sell for some money. If I wanted to, I could do that right now, but I'm not a scumbag. But this just proves that it's fake. You can just, I can manipulate a therapist as much as they manipulate you to get you addicted to drugs. Let's see. 4, reproducibility. No, it's not reproducible because we see multiple examples of people They'll say this person's depressed, this person's anxious. They'll take their depression and anxiety medication, and before long they're tolerant to it. And now this guy's got anxiety and this guy's got depression. Their symptoms have totally changed. Everything's changed. The medicines didn't do anything they were supposed to do. They didn't heal the problem. They didn't fix the problem. There's no reproducibility on it. And 5, predictability. There's no predictability either. If you're going to put somebody on a medication that if they don't take it for a day, they're going to go shoot up a school, then you don't have very good predictability in your science. So they don't meet any of the 5 requirements to be considered scientifically rigorous. It is pseudoscience. Social sciences are fake sciences. So we broke it down for you guys, and they agree. They're telling you it's all fake. It's been fake. It's always been fake. So these are spiritual ailments. You need to overcome whatever trauma you've been through in your life. 99.99999% of the time is going to be from your parents. Some crazy situation, but everybody thinks they're the exception. You're not the exception. 99.9% chance you're not the exception. Your parents traumatized you, and that sounds horrible, but it's part of the way the world works. It's part of the fallen state. This is all biblical too. It's in the Bible. It talks about this, and so none of this stuff is secret. And even if you think your parents were perfect, they did something wrong. And as a child, you were traumatized by it, and you have to overcome that. You need to overcome those spiritual ailments. JS, doesn't the Bible explicitly forbid pharmakia along with necromancy, sorcery, etc.? Yeah. I didn't know they called it that. I've never seen that word in the Bible. If you can find me a verse, but definitely necromancy, sorcery, stargazing, any sort of witchcraft, fortune telling, palm reading, crystal ball reading, all these things we're supposed to stay away from. We can use plants and herbs and stuff for medicinal purposes. But I've never seen that word pharmakia in the Bible. Maybe it's only in certain translations. But we're not supposed to be taking drugs. We're not supposed to be taking drugs to heal mental illnesses, because mental illnesses aren't real. They're spiritual illnesses. You need to get closer to God. You need to rebuild the family. You need to get closer to your family. You need to overcome the trauma. You need to love and honor your mother and your father, and you need to get close to God and seek God constantly. You need to be in prayer. All these things. When you do these things, you can overcome these spiritual ailments without taking a bunch of drugs. All they're doing is turning us into zombies and getting everybody high. So this is a real big thing to me. And again, I've said it before. I love learning about psychology. I love criminal psychology, interrogations. I like watching crazy people, therapists talking to crazy people, schizophrenic people, all these things. It interests me a lot. I'm very into it. I'm into the study of the human mind. The problem is when we make up a fake science, we call it psychology, we use these words to deceive people into thinking that these people know something you don't know, when they don't. They can't fix you. Their drugs can't fix you. Telling somebody about your problem, telling a son of God or a daughter of God about your problems and talking to them about it, they can help you. But going to some therapist and they're not going to help you. They're going to put you on drugs. People say, well, only psychiatry puts people on drugs, not psychology. Well, psychology is the precursor to psychiatry. You go to psychology, eventually the psychologist is going to say, well, you're too much for me. I'm going to refer you to the psychiatrist because you're not getting any better. Why aren't they getting any better? They're not getting any better because you have a fake profession. You're not even, all you're doing is sitting there saying, how does that make you feel? How does that make you feel? It doesn't matter how it makes you feel. What matters is the spiritual trauma that you need to overcome. You don't need to be worrying about how you feel. The whole problem is that you feel sad, so you call yourself depressed. You feel or your mama told you that you're too energetic, so you feel too energetic, so you feel like you need something to calm yourself down. All these feelings. AA and NA, I can show you it's evil. I'm not a fan of AA or NA. Personally, Rob Brown, not a fan. they're kind of on the right track with AA and NA because they do say we need to find a higher power. I agree with that. They talk about forgiveness. I agree with that. My problem with AA and NA is just the fact that you're associating with people, and there's a lot of war stories. They're just telling stories with a bunch of addicts. I think AA and NA is basically like a dating service for addicts. You know, I know a lot of people who go to AA and NA meetings once they get clean, and it's because they're looking for a girlfriend. So they're trying to switch that. They're trying to switch that heroin addiction for some sex. You know, they want to find another clean heroin addict, you know, so they can be strong in their recovery together and have a lot of sex. That's what I see with AA and NA, but higher power denies God as the higher power. Yeah, and they say, like, you know, it may not be God. You just have to find your higher power. Your higher power could be the universe. Your higher power could be blah, blah, blah. Your higher power. And I'm not with all that stuff that AA and NA do. But they're close, you know, and I see why it helps people. It does work. Excuse me. They do have a large amount of success with addicts, but, you know, we don't really know these people's hearts. We don't know how long they're, you know, finding a new addiction exactly, Lord Columby, or, you know, when they relapse. A lot of times what we'll see with like addicts who will go to jail, and then they'll get out of jail, or, you know, they'll get out of jail, they'll get forced into a program by the government. Here in Salt Lake City they do this. They'll force them into a rehab program or something. So when they get out of the rehab, as soon as they get out of the rehab, they relapse and they die. They overdose because they never wanted to quit. They were being forced to go through this program. And then when they get out, they don't have their tolerance anymore. So they do the same amount that they were used to doing before, and they die. They overdose. And this happens all the time. It's happened to like 4, I wouldn't say friends, but 4 acquaintances of mine in the past 4 years. Multiple people that I know and that I was, you know, not friends, like, you know, I love them with, you know, like the love of God, like Christ, like a brother. I love them, you know, like I love everyone. But, you know, they were grimy people. I was a grimy person. It was more like my running partners, my squad, you know, the guys that I would, you know, do stuff with, crimes, you know, making trouble with, getting drugs, getting high, all that stuff. It's a terrible cycle. Boo. Yeah. Yep. And yeah, well, that's addiction. That's another topic for another day. We'll talk about addiction and all that stuff one of these days. We'll go deep into it because, you know, I know some interesting stuff about that. I have interesting perspectives on addiction and stuff, and I know why Democrat cities fail so bad with the homeless issue. It's because they focus on housing over housing over recovery. So they basically give these people houses, and then these people, you know, sell drugs out of the houses and destroy it, and then they're back on the streets. And, you know, that's what Democrats do because they don't actually want to fix any problems. They want to make money off of the problem. So, but anyway, that's all unrelated stuff. We're getting sidetracked. One day we'll do a deep dive into like homelessness or drugs, stuff like that one day. But for now, that's the end of the first segment, guys. I'm going to play this song. I'm going to go take a few puffs of a cigarette, and then I will be back. And then we can, if anybody wants to call, we could do a couple calls. But I still got a lot of things to go through. I'd like to be talking on our last topic by 8:30 because the last, like we've been going for a while, and this really the biblical translation thing is what I've been researching for 2 weeks for this. So we're going to talk a lot about that stuff. Let me play this song, guys, and I will be back in 3 minutes in honor of Men's History Month.
When men change, then our family will change, and our community will change. The power is in the man. When men change, then our family will change, and our community will change. The power is in the man. When God created man in his image, he gave the power and authority to him. Because we've been raised by women, they know not what they do. keeping man away from God. And until man realized that he has that woman nature that has been imposed upon him by mama. He has that woman nature that has been imposed upon him by mama. He can repent. He can repent by forgiving. He can repent. And God will change his nature. When man changed, then our family will change, and our community will change. The power is in the man. When man changed, then our family will change, and our community will change. The power is in the man. When man changed, then our family will change, and our community will change. The power is in the man. When man changed, then our family will change, and our community will change. The power is in the man. Man. The power is in the man. The power is in the man. The power is in the man. God created man in his image. He gave the power and authority to him.
By mama.
Because we've been raised by women, they know not what they do, keeping man away from God. And until man realized that he has that woman nature that has been imposed upon him by mama. He has that woman nature that has been imposed upon him by mama.
He can repent.
He can repent by forgiving. He can repent. And God will change his nature. When man changed, then our family will change, and our community will change. The power is in the man. When man changed, then our family will change, and our community will change. The power is in the man. When man changed, then
Happy Men's History Month, everybody.
And our community will change. The
power is in the man.
When man changed, then our family will change, and our community will change. The power is in the man. Man. The power is in the man. The power is in the man.
That's Trevor Wesley. Trevor Wesley making great JLP remixes and such. Great. When man change, then our community will change. Or wait, the man changed, then our families will change, then our communities will change. The power is in the man. Yes. All right, guys, we're on the second segment. Of the show. We got meme review. We can do some call-ins. The power is in the men. My girl keeps trying to get me to switch to views. Views works for her. What's views? Oh, is that to quit smoking? Is that like vape stuff? See, my thing is, I don't think vape is any healthier than cigarette smoke, honestly. I know I've been seeing people getting like problems from vapes after vaping for a couple years. I saw my grandma smoke from like 12 years old to 80 years old, and she died at 80, smoking like a pack a day every day. Whereas people who've been smoking vapes for a couple years, and their dang lungs are like sponges filled with water, and they got that. I can't do it, but it sounds like they're gargling water when they breathe. They got that. What's it called? That clappy breath. They got clap breath. I don't know what that is, but did I forget clips? Oh, I did forget a clip. We got one more clip for Biden Watch. Let me play this, guys. Did you guys see this?
Democracy.
The boy.
We saw what happened.
Deep fake Biden.
Police, the D.C. Metropolitan Police, other law enforcement agencies were attacked.
I timed this.
Before our very eyes.
Watch his eyes, guys.
Speared, sprayed.
Listen to his voice.
Stomped on. Brutalized. Lives were lost. And for 3 hours.
Look at his eyes.
Defeated former president of the United States.
He hasn't blinked yet.
Watched it all happen as he sat in the comfort of the private dining room next to the Oval Office. While he was doing that, brave law enforcement officers were subject to the medieval hell.
Yeah.
The defeated former president of the United States watched it all happen as he sat in the comfort of the private dining room next to the Oval Office.
36 seconds, no blinky.
While he was doing that, brave law enforcement officer.
36 seconds, no blinky.
Hell.
Now there's a cut here.
3 hours.
All right, so they cut it there. So we don't know if he blinked, but at least 36 seconds, no blink.
Face with crazed mob.
Also, do you hear his voice is different? When did dang Joe Biden's voice get replaced by Sarge from Toy Soldiers? When does his voice become Sylvester Stallone in Commando. When did his voice get so graspy and rough and strong? What the heck? Dang old deep fake Biden. We got dang hologram deep fake Biden in there.
Lies of the defeated president. The police
So
were held
36 seconds, no blinky. How about this one? This one's even
Donald Trump
longer.
lacked the courage to act.
That's what I'm talking about. Donald Trump lacked the courage to act. When did Joe Biden become a trailer voice, a movie trailer announcer voice? What the?
The brave women and men in blue all across this nation should never forget that.
Never.
You can't be pro-insurrection and pro-cop. You
Yeah.
can't be pro-insurrection and pro-democracy.
Right.
You can't be pro-insurrection and
He still hasn't blinked for the second clip yet.
There can be no
And 43 seconds, no blinky.
than to do all we can to ensure the safety of our families, our children, our community, our nation, and our
He blinked.
law enforcement officers.
He blinked. He blinked. Yes. Maybe he's not a hologram. Maybe he's just on his talkie drugs. Somebody gave him his Jabrib and talkie drugs, and so he couldn't close his eyes because he was probably on some Adderall or some Ritalin for a little while right there. So he's just kind of zapped. But then also the voice thing. What's up with our boy? Yes. That was supposed to be in Biden Watch. Sorry, guys. I missed a clip. But yeah, so I guess we could open up this meme review. Oh, let me check Discord, see if anybody's called. All right, so the Discord is open. Let's see. Do I have alerts on? Alerts for calls. Problem is Discord always does this. I turned off all the alerts, so I have to be watching it when you call. If anybody wants to call, it's open. Let me see if I can open this meme review. Yeah, let's check out some memes while we wait and see if anybody wants to call. All right. We got some meme action. First meme action. We got the new Marvel lineup, the new heroes of Marvel. So, super woke Marvel. We used to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 white guys and a white girl. Now we got this chick. She Russian. This is what's his name? War Machine. He's a black guy. We got Captain America. He black. We got a woman She-Hulk. We got woman Thor, Jane, and we got a woman Hawkeye. That's his daughter. Couple things. This is not like really from Marvel, guys. I just thought it was funny. You know how woke we are. But in actuality, War Machine is not the successor of Iron Man. The true successor of Iron Man, we're gonna see in the next Black Panther movie. Her first appearance will be in the next Black Panther movie, and I think she's getting a show on Disney Plus. Her name's Ironheart. She's a little tiny Asian girl. She's taking Iron Man's place. She's already taken his place in the comics. And then one other thing, spoiler alert, if you have not seen Thor: Love and Thunder yet, everybody plug your ears or turn your volume down for a moment. I'm about to give you a little spoiler alert. I'm going to do a 3-second countdown, and then I'm going to do a spoiler for a couple seconds. So just know now, turn your volume down if you don't want to hear it. Spoiler alert in 3, 2, 1, 0. Jane dead. She already dead, okay? She ain't going to be, there's not, you guys, we don't have to worry about a female Thor in neither the comics or the future movies, because in Love and Thunder, she dies at the end of the movie. Now, she does come back in the comics as a Valkyrie, so we still may see Thor in action, or we still may see Jane in action in movies, because when she dies in battle, she comes back as a Valkyrie. But basically, the movie, it was the same as the comics. She gets cancer, so the reason she seeks Mjolnir is because Mjolnir has healing properties, but it isn't actually healing her cancer. It's actually sucking up more of her energy and making it harder for her body when she's not wielding Mjolnir to fight the cancer. And therefore, by the end of the movie, Thor: Love and Thunder, she did. she got cancer? She did. Because every time she puts Mjolnir down, she looks horrible, like she's been having some cancer. So you don't gotta worry about her unless she comes back in Valkyrie form. But we do still have the king of the Valkyries, which is a black lesbian. So maybe they'll have a relationship or something. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, she did. So this isn't an official post or anything like that. All right, guys. I'm waving my hands. If you turn the volume down, spoiler is over. Okay. And that's that. So even if this isn't the poster, Marvel gonna be super woke. I might be done with Marvel movies, guys. I really might be done with it. What do you think? Let me know in the comments. Natalie Portman had the personality of a wood plank. Hey, but she hot though. When she turns into Jane, she bad, bro. In that movie, she bad. She very bad. Anyway, here's a nerd one for us. I sent this to Lin Chin because we're always having power scaling. This is for our power scalers out there. If you know about power scaling. Eddie once ate the sun. Can any form of Superman eat the sun? Can Batman with prep time eat the sun? Goku? Thought so. The only one close to being able to eat the sun would be Goku. If Superman ate the sun, he would die because he gets his power from the sun. Goku was able to shoot a Kamehameha at the sun to stop his spaceship from flying into the sun, which to have a blast strong enough to fight the gravitational pull of the sun, that's in some incredible power scaling that we got to do there. But basically, Ed and Eddie just ate the dang sun. So, oh no. That might be the strongest character in all of cartoonage action. Anyway, majority of men look into the heart, not the face. Yes, we're looking into your heart, ladies. We need to look into the heart. 9%, 91%. I think that's pretty accurate, Grid, think 2020's been hard on you? Look what it's done to Eminem. Ellen DeGenerate. Speaking of Eminem, he's got a new album. Curtain Call 2. Well, I guess it's just Curtain Call, but with more additional tracks. I don't know if they're from back then or what, but we got Eminem on a track. We got Robbie, Downtown Brown calling up. Oh, we had 2 calls. I missed one, so we're going to get Robbie. Hello.
I got the right number.
No.
Who answers the show and says hello? Oh, what the heck am I?
Caller.
Bill collector?
Caller, thank you for calling the line. What's your name and where you from?
Thank you. That's my. This is Tommy from Mission City, Indiana. How are you doing?
No, it's not.
Yeah, I got a $700 mower today, and I think he's headed to Oklahoma. It's crazy. I don't know. We hadn't seen Tommy all night since he got his riding a zero-turn mower.
Wait, Tommy got a $700 mower and he's driving it to another state?
Look, you just have to scroll back in the chat, and you'll see a picture of him sitting on it. What are you doing?
Nice. Maybe he's going to start a lawn business.
So look, here's what I want. I didn't want you to look Marvel characters and everything. I lose, Superman. Yeah, he beats everybody. So I wanted you to circle back to the flag that was behind Biden. Colin B suggested it might be the Alaska flag. Was he an Alaskan? Does an Alaska flag look like that? But there was an American flag, and then there was another flag right next to it behind him that had a weird little pattern. And it had like something coming down the middle of it. It was a flag I've never seen in my life, and I like to keep, consider myself a person that's, grew up looking at flags and had to memorize them when you were a kid. Back in our day, back when they taught you stuff like that.
We're looking at it right now. I'm trying to get as much of it in the picture as possible. You can't really see much. It almost looks like, so it's a dark, almost black blue.
Black. Yeah. Who has a black flag?
Hell? And then there's it has a circle of stars on it, which I've seen the old 1776 flag that has a circle of stars on it, but that only has like 13 stars, I think.
That flag is off. That flag's off. That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, and I don't know why it would be the Alaskan flag.
Well, where was he when he made that? Where was he supposed to? Where is he supposed to be?
I don't know. He claims he's in the White House.
But sources say he's not.
Yeah, I doubt it.
And
I don't
nobody
even know if that's
challenges
him. That could just be a freaking deep fake or a digital Biden. I don't know.
Well, what? I mean, put it on that one is Pelosi's like she's going to defy China and go to Taiwan. What?
Yeah, I didn't even pull up anything about that story, but that was another story. Thanks for bringing it up.
What here where she was trying to speak and Jamie played it and he did it twice and it was like, what in the hell is she saying? There's and I'm sure it's out there. You can pull that up real easy and I'll be quiet if you want to play it. I'll even hit mute.
How would I find it? What am I looking for?
I would say it was today or yesterday.
Pelosi
yesterday.
Speech
Yeah.
today.
And say intangible. Maybe put intangible at the end of it.
Holds press conference live. Streamed 3 days ago. 3 days ago.
Put in intangible because it is, and that'll probably pull up all the stuff you want to see.
I'm seeing a lot from 3 days ago.
I think that starts with I. INTANGIBLE. Is that right? Yes, you advance to the next round. I think it starts with
2 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago.
Oh, this just no. Jamie played it. I wish I had the timestamp. You could go pull up Jamie and pull it up. But I don't have the timestamp. Maybe it's like 1 hour and 16 minutes in, but no, that would be a risk that you don't want to take. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, that's a fail. I'll get it to you. How about that?
Yeah, if somebody can drop a link in the chat. The most recent speech I've seen her give is a White House press conference from 3 days ago. There's a bunch of videos on that.
Well, see, and I usually have Butch would be all over it, and Butch would be boom, 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 boom. But Butch had knee replacement surgery today, and he fought. He mowed his yard, and Butch, was told he was going to die 18 years ago. He's got copper. His body produces copper and stuff, and he's a miracle survivor. And he put off his knee replacement, mowed the yard, did all this because he's taking care of his mama. Because when he lost everything in his body, his family, it wasn't his kid's choice, but they left, and his mama took care of him, and he takes care of his mama. So he put it off until his brother could get better from a back surgery. And then Bush said, okay, I can go down for a few weeks. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that family?
Yeah.
Isn't that beautiful? What a
good.
survivor. Yeah. And he FaceTimed it. He messaged whatever they call it from the hospital. And he was high as a kite. Butch is good. He doesn't drink. He doesn't do nothing because it could, he's never done that. He just had a rare blood copper poisoning that took everything from him. He lost all motor functions in his body and everything. But he had to relearn to do everything, and he's one of the smartest people I know.
Yeah, Butch is cool.
Didn't hurt his brain.
So I found the flag.
Okay.
I found the flag. I don't know what it's called, but it's this flag right here. You can't see it, but
describe it.
It's dark blue. It's got the eagle. It's got the eagles in the middle, and it's surrounded the eagle in the middle with the arrows over its head, and it has the American shield on the front of the eagle. And then there's a ring of stars around the outside of it. It's a dark blue flag.
What does it say it represents?
I don't know. I've only found it in a picture, and I can't. There's all sorts of other things about.
Sorry, I mean rabbit hole everything like this.
Yeah, but
it was weird, and it started zooming in on it more and more. And I'd already seen the no blinking and stuff, so I'm looking at background. I'm like, what is that flag? And they were getting closer and closer. And it's like the closer they got to it, the weirder it got. Like
it says "E pluribus unum" on it, That's got the eagle.
Or the ultimate symbol. There's no more symbol stronger than a flag.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad flag because that flag's been there's pictures of Trump in front of that flag. Because first I saw Obama and Biden standing in front of it, but there's also a picture of Trump standing in front of it. So I think it's a common flag. If you saw it opened up, you'd recognize it.
Looked weird in the shot.
Yeah.
The way there was like a line going down through it and everything. There was something odd about it. But whatever. I'm not going to overreact.
Yeah. I mean, we got plenty of other things to critique Biden on.
True. I was just looking for symbolism. Yeah. You got to look for symbolism and all that stuff. But yeah. I hate we got hung up on that and we didn't come to anything. I was waiting for somebody to say, well, that's the daggum Illuminati flag. It's right there. It didn't happen.
Stubborn one was making some jokes like that, but we got Antichrist Obama flag, the new Ukraine flag. We got a lot of interesting comments.
Yeah, something's going on. Well, I mean, look at the video. I shared it with my mom yesterday. I said, hey, somebody find that video where Obama's talking about, well, I can't do a third term, but if I could set it up and have somebody where I'm sitting in the basement and they're giving me the information and they put an earpiece in the ear and I'm just in there with my sweats on, then yeah, I'm down for that.
What? He said that?
Yes, I got the video.
Dang, you gotta send me some of these.
Some of these clips. I can send it to you right now. Watch me. Watch this borderline boomer.
Send it to me on Facebook.
All right, hold on. I gotta go copy it. All right, it's the last thing I sent my mama. All right, so I just gotta hit that. I just gotta hit share or something. Oh, come on, let me share it. Copy it. I'm gonna copy it. All right, I'm going to Messenger. You want me to send it to you in Messenger?
Yeah.
All right, I can do that. There, Jay. Oh, where are you? There he is. You want Josh? There it is, right there, boom. You want to send it to that one? Yeah, that should go through. And paste. Says it right out of his own mouth. You know, everybody's like,
That's crazy. I've never heard that.
See if you can pull it up and play it.
Oh, I got it right now. Obama's third term.
See what you can do.
Tell me
like I'm some kind of tech savvy
She's
guy.
the first one to email me on my birthday every year.
I never miss it.
What you know now, you wish like you had a second.
All right, hold on. We're gonna listen to
term. And I used to say, you know what? If I could make an arrangement where I had a stand-in, a front man or front woman, and they had an earpiece in, and I was just in my basement in my sweats, looking through the stuff, and then I could sort of deliver the lines, but somebody else was
play it again. Play it again.
Talking.
Hold on, we're still listening.
I'd be fine with that.
Wow, that's funny how they got Biden sliding up on it. That's talking to Colbert.
They're going to go live to Washington D.C. now. This is the format.
Wow, that's crazy that he just see this stuff that people will call you a conspiracy theorist for. It's all out there. It's not like secret.
When I sent it to my mom and she watched it, and you know she's super boomer. She's 70, but she'll whatever. But I don't know. Go there. That's where I get mine. But she said he just came right out and said it. I said, Mama, the evil can't hide. Truth comes to light.
Yep. Everything that happens, like they tell us it's going to happen.
Play it one more time just for effect.
I just X'd out of it.
What the?
No, it's fine. We got it. It's a short little video, but yeah.
I know, but it's like when you hear it, you're like, what did he just say? He said, if I could do that, then I'll do that. And that's exactly that's exactly what they're doing. And Obama's getting, whatever, he gets to cover up his secret.
That's
because
crazy.
He knows at the end of the day, he doesn't want to be on the Capitol steps getting hung in a gallows.
Wow.
Or together. I mean, because it's coming.
Yep. Stubborn One says they have to admit what they are up to. Must be something biblical that makes them show their hand. He said it on a comedy show, so people will brush it off as a joke.
Well, that's my boy right there. That's my boy right there.
Yeah, Stubborn One knows what's up.
That's my Idaho right there. That's what's up. Yes, sir.
I got another Colbert clip coming up in a little bit.
All right, cool, man. I need to probably jump off before I embarrass myself or something.
No, it's been a great call, but yeah, I do need to keep it going. So
Yeah. I'd like to hear from Luke and Kat. And I did come up. If I ever get me a laptop or something, me and Cody are working on it. He knows who he is. But we're working on it. And I did narrow it down to a the title of the show. And granted, I got home at 7:15. Whew, what a day.
For the title of a show you're going to do?
Yeah.
All right, what's the title? Or is it a secret right now?
No, I'll share. This is fam, man. What are you talking about? I'm open for adjustment.
All right.
But when I get it set up, I had to get a laptop or something. I had to figure out something. I'll have to get, I got a lot of people that are smart in that. But when I get to that point, it's going to be one-on-one with Robbie.
Nice. Sounds
get in
good.
line. Get in line.
Nice. I like it. Yeah, that sounds good. You're an entertaining guy. I like to just sit in the. Go ahead.
Strictly a 100% call-in show, wide open call-in.
Yeah, the only problem with that is when you're new, when you're starting off,
It's one-on-one, and might go to 2-on-1. We might end up putting in a segment where it's 2 or 3 or 4 in there for a minute. But it's all fam, so it's all fun. If other people want to participate or whatever. But that's because I think I do. I love interviewing people and getting people to tell their stories and stuff like that. You've experienced it, so.
Yep.
You've experienced it in our little.
Yeah, it's always entertaining to listen to you in the in the chats.
What's up?
Yep.
And so 101, and get in line, and it'll be slow at first until. But I think I want everybody to come tell their story. I want everybody to come, tell a little bit of something, because that's where the knowledge is. That's where the power is when we share.
Yep.
We share. That's where the power is. That's a church.
Yeah.
That can't be messed with. It's a church, and as long as we recognize it as that, then we're okay.
For sure.
We're good. Yeah, we're good. And
yeah.
Let me shout out to Gibson out there on a cruise. I'll make sure he's out. Yeah, him and his wife, they're out there cruising, going to Mexico or something. I'm, nervous to death for them, because you ain't catching me out there in the middle of the ocean. That's nuts. No, I ain't doing it. And then you're going to Mexico? What do you do? The drug cartel runs that. What the hell? I don't know. Or escaping Mexico when you're going to it? What are you doing? But whatever. Gibson and wife, safe travels.
It's nice to visit. Shoot, Mexico's nicer than America in some places right now. We got people crossing the border the other way now, trying to go to Mexico.
I just can't imagine the heat.
Yeah, definitely.
There's no way. It's too hot here. It's too hot in Georgia.
Yeah.
I'm not going 1,000 miles south and saying, yeah, well, everything looks nice and they got AC, because, that'll break. Remember, I went 14 days without AC this summer during the hottest stretch. Yeah, it was great. Yeah, I'm still standing.
Yeah, the heat is rough, but All right, I gotta keep it moving, Robbie.
No, I'm Luca, and Kat. Let's hear from you.
All right.
Lord Grimm, let's hear from you. Hey, Sizzle, let's hear from you. All right, guy.
All right, later, man. Good call.
Take it easy.
All right, see ya. Good call, Robbie. Good call. I like that Obama video. That's crazy, dude. That blows my mind that he literally said, if like people would jokingly say Obama's running the White House, or not even jokingly, but we'll say it, and then the left will be like, "Oh, you're so stupid. You think Obama's still in charge?" He said it himself. Like, what are you talking about? This is the same with, how we were talking about Alex Jones predicted September 11th. He didn't predict anything. He just read the documents. The stuff about COVID, when we talk about gain of function research and COVID being a China virus being made in a lab and all these things, we're not just making this stuff up. It's in the freaking paper. It's in the documents. It's in the record. It's in history. Just pay attention, people. Again, not talking to my audience, talking to the morons in the world who have their eyes closed. Just back in, got all the babies tucked in, caught the tail end of Robbie. Nice. Welcome back to Gets. So, let me see. Let me finish up these memes real quick. All right, I feel like people do not fully understand how much life changed for our species between 1900 and 2000. I still struggle to comprehend it. These events are 66 years apart. We got the Wright brothers flying a plane. Now that idea was stolen from Tommy, I think. Who was it that said or it was one of the people in chat, or maybe it was Lord Colin B or one of you guys in chat. Basically, that idea was stolen from your family. I get it. And then we got 66 years later landing on the moon. How about this meme is stupid, weird history. How about this last one is probably just fake and we really haven't came that far? I don't believe it. Nope, that's a fake picture. That was made in a Hollywood basement. That's not supposed to be in there. That's a Dragon Ball Super card game deck. I didn't mean that to be in there. But anyway, how certain substances affect the aging process. Cocaine. Earl Grey tea. Guys, I'm drinking Earl Grey tea right now. Hey, we got to keep that aging down. Me, Josh. Me, Josh, are you calling? What's me, Josh? Me, Josh. Me, Josh. You want to call, Lord Bibby? Gets us back again. It's the WEF members on the writing. Bibby high off the peach juice. My dad used to say, I've forgotten more than you'll ever know. My name may be Hunter, but your dad isn't Joe Biden. Those dang old Wright brothers. Oh, that was Bibby that got the Bibby's family made up the airplane, and the dang old Wright brothers came in and stole that piece. The longest record streak of ties in rock, paper, scissors is 48 and was achieved by two extremely stubborn lesbians in September 2017. Scissors, 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 scissors. That's a fun meme. What's up, Echo? You're in the video. What you doing, Echo? We gotta get through these memes, guys. Anybody can call up whenever you'd like. Then we just got, I don't even know what this is supposed to be. This is just big old Trump serving that big old blood red wave. Oh, it's the red wave. I get it. I just now figured that out because I said it. The red wave. The Trump's red wave. I like it. If white people had invented tacos. Lady Seesaw, what do you think of this blasphemy right here? This is like mashed potatoes with canned vegetables and bologna. I would eat this. With some hot sauce on that, throw a little Cholula or some Texas Pete. I would eat that right now, and I would enjoy it. That looks fire, actually. That look kind of good. And then we got comparison animals. We got the hyena with cackling Kamala. We got the donkey jackass named AOC. That's not a cuss word because I'm talking about a donkey. We got Beowulf here. I mean, Beetlejuice. We got Beetlejuice and Lori Lightfoot looking just like Beetlejuice. That one's the best one. That is too accurate, guys. We got affirmative action Beetlejuice in Chicago destroying the city. Then we got Joe Biden and his boy from Deliverance. Is this from Deliverance or The Hills Have Eyes? I think this is a character from Deliverance. I'm pretty sure. Let me know in chat. Is that Deliverance or Hills Have Eyes? I'm pretty sure that guy's from Deliverance. That's funny, though. What else we got? World Health Organization experts arriving at the monkeypox conference. Barber, what you want? I want everybody to know that I'm offended by everything. Barber, say no more. We're going to give you a pink penis head. That's called the purple-headed yogurt slinger. Oh, Lord. Deliverance. Thank you, the Gets. Looks delicious. So black, I got fruit by the inch. What? Life's full of... Figure it out, guys. Figure it out. Fill in the blanks. Life's full of ups and downs. I don't think she has Down syndrome. I think she's on the spectrum. She's on that autism spectrum where you're not really autistic. You're just awkward and kind of intelligent for your age. And you're a weirdo. And so they just put you on the autism spectrum so they can fit you into that category and label you with something and give you some medications. And yes, I just did say Greta Thunberg is smart. She's for her age, she's a smart young girl. She's smart enough to get on stage with all that crap, and she's crazy. Her mama and daddy traumatized her, but my headphones just popped out, guys. 1 second. If anybody's calling me, give me 1 second. No more calls yet. That's okay. We got a lot to get through. When you're 10 dangs, 20 yups, 6 wows, and 8, man, that's crazy, and they still won't stop talking. That's kind of like when Robbie called. No, I'm kidding. Yep. Dang. Raymond 11 said she got full-blown tism. Them earbrows. How dare you? How dare you? She got that Vaseline smile. She got Vaselinated. All right. Kamehameha. That's Goku Jackson, bro. Hey, and by the way, Robbie said Superman beats anybody, and I rolled my eyes and I was pointing right here. Yo, the epic debate is Goku or Superman. Goku wins every time. I don't care what you think. Goku can blow up the sun. Superman needs the sun to survive. Goku beats Superman, especially if we're talking Dragon Ball Super Goku. We're talking Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku. Goku winning. Greta Thunberg won a lot more than $100 on her little project. Right, man, because she's a dang white girl with tism. They don't want to give the dang $100 to the black man. They got to hold me down. They holding me down because I forgot a dang bibliography. Always trying to hold the black man down. I don't like it. I don't like it in Men's History Month at all. TikTok nurses getting ready for the pox variant dance challenge. Aren't we supposed to not be calling it monkeypox? What happened with that? I thought that was racist. What is a Goku? He said, "What is a Goku?" And he spelled it. What is a Goku? This is a Goku, Robbie. Goku, this guy. Kamehameha. Goku. You don't know what Goku is? Jeez Louise. Goku will murk Superman. When you got to accept an award at 8, but kill Goku at 9. I love this. This is Android 16. Who is this? Is this Cardi B or Lil Kim or Megan Thee Stallion? Or who is this lady? And why is she stealing her fashion from Android 16? Goku. I must kill Goku. Why is she stealing dang Android 16's uniform? I don't like it. It's Schlonkoof now, Josh. Schlonkoof? I don't know. One brown eye and one green. What the? Goku equals Muhammad Kid Diddlin's sun worshiper. Goku equals what? Goku? A friend of over 12 years stopped talking to me because I said Greta Thunberg was a Downs kid. I don't miss talking to his beta ass. What, he didn't know that? I mean, she's open about it. Remember when she first came out, she was under 18, and they said you couldn't talk bad about her because she was a mentally ill amateur or minor. And now she's over 18, so now we can talk bad about her because now she's just mentally off, you know. But we just learned about all that it's not real. So she's actually just kind of weird, kind of different. Show me a 52-year-old that knows Goku is beta. I disagree, Robbie. I disavow that. I don't think you're ever too old for Goku. Answer your phone. Nick, get the phone. Sorry. You there?
Oh, yes.
Oh, he there. He
Right on,
there.
right on.
This is Luca from Indiana. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah. The guy from the intro.
Yeah, this is the guy from the intro, the amazing Men's History Month song intro. That was awesome.
White History Month, Men's History Month. I don't know what I was singing about, but I tried.
Close enough. Same thing. You mix both of them in there. It works.
Yeah, hee-haw.
Yeah. Yep.
Luke in the house. Great call from Robbie Brown.
Yes, sir. All right.
Yeah, apparently that flag was just what they all have behind them. All right.
Yeah, I don't know what it's called, but I've seen it before. Um, but I can't find the Pelosi thing. That Robbie, send me that in Facebook too. Find that Pelosi clip and send it to me, because the only thing I see is a press conference from 3 days ago, and we'll check that out maybe if we get time.
The Getz is on fire. Check out her sweet videos.
Yeah,
She be speaking the truth.
in the chats.
Yeah, I'm Team Goku. I always loved Superman as a child, but Goku, he's just, I don't know. I guess I'm more of an anime fan than I am with the whole superhero Marvel DC stuff.
Yeah, I think Goku beats Superman every time. But if you go look on YouTube, people make like fan videos of Goku versus Superman. It's an
Oh
old
yeah.
debate, and they usually have Superman winning, which I don't agree with.
I've been watching the ones with One Punch Man, and he seems to be better than all of them.
There's a video of him fighting Goku too.
Oh yeah.
But
And I think he won, but you know,
ridiculous.
depends on who did the video.
Yep. One Punch
I
Man
love
ain't
that
beating
one
Goku.
though. One Punch Man's amazing. See, that's what I like about Goku and One Punch Man is they started off as regular humans and they worked their way up. I mean, not that Goku's a regular human, being a Saiyan and all, but you know, I guess that's why I like One Punch Man the best is because he just started off as a normal guy who had a drive to protect people and to help people and to be a hero. And he just like did a bunch of sit-ups and push-ups and ran and
Yeah.
turned off the AC in his apartment and just like it kind of shows that any human can become like Superman. You know, Superman's story is kind of the lamest because he just started that way. You know.
Yeah. I can't. Superman. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get all this stuff ready for the next little bit. But what was I just about to say? Yeah, Superman has like all the powers. He's just unlimited power. And then you got Batman with no powers at all. It's like, DC, can't you find some balance?
Exactly. And then they'll like make them in the same universe, like where Batman could even compare to Superman, and it's just foolishness.
It's crazy. Yeah,
But yeah, definitely, I'm a Batman fan myself.
I'm not really a DC fan. I like Marvel, and then I like Dragon
Yeah.
Ball. But Marvel's become whack
Yeah.
now.
X-Men is the best, but yeah, they've really gone down the tubes, all that Marvel stuff.
Yeah.
Woke Marvel, did you see all those, you know, what were they called? Safe Space and
Oh yeah, I did see that. The new Marvel
what was
Heroes.
the other name?
I think that
Yeah,
kind of got
the hefty chick.
I think that kind of got
was-
like ended because so many people were
Yeah.
like, "This is stupid."
Yeah, everybody kind of destroyed it on the internet, but oh, it was hilarious. There was like a guy who was like emo and like this hefty chick who was like supposed to be really fast. And everybody's like, yeah, sure.
Safe Space is a big, burly, sort of stereotypical jock, not Josh, jock. Here, I'm pulling it up right now for everybody.
Yeah, and he has a protective force field around him, so whenever his little emo friends need a safe space, he's there.
Yeah, so everybody could see what Luca's talking about. This is the woke superheroes that Marvel was going to come out with, the New Warriors of 2020. And
This is when Marvel lost me for good.
yeah, I think, well, I mean, it looks like they did do comics about them and stuff, but it kind of, even Joe Rogan talked about it. Joe Rogan roasted him. Everybody roasts him. So I don't think this ever popped off, but we got.
What I love is the video about it where the guy's talking about creating the characters, how he's
Mhm.
describing each character and he's taking himself seriously.
We got Trailblazer. She's an overweight Native American.
Trailblazer.
We got Screen Time. He's a YouTuber. His superpower is making videos. Oh, wait, a meme obsessed super teen whose brain became connected to the internet after becoming exposed to his grandpa's experimental internet gas.
Oh
Now,
yeah, that gas.
what the frick? And then you got Safe Space, and Snowflake, which are both non-binary, gender neutral.
Twins.
Yeah, they're twins.
Twin brother and sister.
But I
that are
think they're
probably
also,
incest-
yeah, I think they're also together. They're like twins,
Yeah.
but they're also a couple.
Yeah, they're trying to normalize that whole
Oh
brother
my
sister love
god.
thing that anime kind of does sometimes.
Snowflake and Safe
Yowie.
Space.
Notice how she wears blue and he wears pink because
then-
they're not conforming to your stereotypes.
And then B Negative. B Negative is a vampire.
Oh yeah,
Oh
he's
my
so
lord.
goth.
These are the new Marvel Warriors.
That Marvel got monkey pops, says Lord Colin B.
Yeah,
X.
that's so funny.
What a mess. I'm glad it only exists in videos that are making fun of it anymore. Glad it never sold a copy.
Yeah, I guess.
What a shame. I mean, even the art is bad. Look at that. They just put no effort into it.
Yeah, it's total. Well, it's ridiculous.
It looks like a coloring book for children or something.
A mysterious
Lord, be negative.
Oh Lord. JS Urban Adventures, I did Cash App you, but at Josh. At Josh. Can you Cash App
At
me to at
Josh.
Josh?
Oh no, he sent it to someone else named Josh.
Yeah. How can you just have the name Josh on Cash App? What the?
188, just Josh.
Oh, we got some. Is this all from? Let me see. How do I see who it's from? Lord Spike Protein. Hey, thank you, Lord Spike Protein. I got it. Thank you. Thanks for the.
Yay.
It says thanks for the payment from 1,000 to me. Thank. Dollar. Oh, that's your. Oh, sorry. I think I'm giving out your name. Thanks for the content and the clarity. You're welcome, Lord Spike Protein. Thank you.
Now play that song.
Which song?
The one where
Oh.
you play when somebody.
Oh yeah. Woo. Okay, I played it.
Oh, I can't hear it through the call.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't know how to do that. You getting your Streamlabs set up?
Yeah, I got it all figured out, except sometimes like I bring in a video and the audio will be playing and then it doesn't play anymore, like when I play it again, or I'll bring in a second media source and it's the audio's not playing. So I don't know. You can never hear yourself back in your headphones, can you?
No, I think to do that, but you have an audio interface, right?
Yeah, so I didn't try hooking that up to it yet.
I think to do the voice playback, you have to have an interface and you have to have a legit microphone, like an MXL plugged in.
Okay.
You know, not I have a USB mic. You have to have the kind with the big plug, the big MXL plug that goes into the interface. Yeah, and you're gonna have to have a
Oh,
power
yeah.
source, or unless it's phantom power, and then you have to go through like a secondary program, and then that program goes into Streamlabs.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, it's a lot
nice
more
to be able to hear
complicated.
myself. And it'd be nice to bring in the karaoke videos so people could see the lyrics if they want to sing along, and also so I'm not playing it from an external source like I usually am.
Yeah.
But that's the only thing hung up on right now. Everything else, yeah. Pretty nice, pretty nice.
I like the headphones not being able to hear my voice because it makes me talk louder. So I have
Oh,
to
yeah.
I have to talk loud and like, you know, So I never start mumbling because I got to be able to hear myself. So I got to talk loud enough to hear it through my headphones.
Yeah, I'm kind of the opposite. Like, I'd probably start mumbling if I can't hear myself well enough. Like right now, I'm talking through my Lord Bibby headphones. I can't hear myself, but I don't know if I'm projecting enough sometimes when I have no monitor.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
Swan Song says I mumble a lot. Oh yeah, Swan Song wanted to call in with me, but she had to take Discord off of her phone because she's like got a Prime Minister phone or whatever, and it's running out of space.
A Boris Johnson phone?
Yeah, that's it.
Nice.
Boris.
Well, not anymore. He's getting replaced, but
Good, good. Get them dinosaurs out of politics. Term limits, you know what I'm saying? Then we wouldn't have all these problems.
Yep.
I know Robbie wanted to hear our daily dose of beeping from across the pond, but that's the reason.
Yep.
Luca mumbles.
That's
That's what
funny.
she says. But yeah, anything else that I'm forgetting? So yeah, I'll go live tomorrow after New Lord Bibby. New Lord Bibby's gonna be right after Hake.
All right, cool. So we got Hake, we got JLP, then Hake, then Bibby, then Luca. Nice.
Yeah, it'll be a fun-filled Tuesday. I'll be able to go live longer, especially if I go live through the laptop with Streamlabs.
Cool. All right,
Right
man.
on, brother. Awesome show.
Yep.
Keep
Thank
up
you
the
for the
great work.
call. All right. Take care, man.
I gotta get to bed. Boys already been sleeping for a while. Right on, man. Latest.
Have a good night. Cool. Check Messenger, Robbie says. Robbie says check Messenger. Let's see. 18 minutes left is a good mark. I have to scrub through the. I can't scrub through a Facebook thing. Yeah, I have to. I'll have to check it out later, Robbie, and maybe I can clip it. I can clip it later, but I can't do it live because I don't know what will happen with my Facebook if I bring up my Facebook live. Problems arise because I get people's names popping up. Somebody messages me that I don't want people to know their name or whatever. But who was that mumbling on that call? That was Luca. That's right. Everybody catch Luca tomorrow. Let's do this. Let's do this rapid fire news real quick, and then let's get into our last segment. It's getting late, guys. And I'll be watching. So what do we got for rapid fire news? We got flooding in Kentucky. We got the flooding in Kentucky for like 4 days now. It's crazy out there. Lots of flooding. We have close to 30 people died so far. We got Just Fashion now. Don't ignore that. Ignore the ads. 17-year-old girl and her dog wait hours on rooftop surrounded by floodwaters before being rescued. It's like that old joke about the Christian. And the flood starts coming, and then the truck comes and says, "Hey, get in the truck, let's go." And they say, "No, God will take care of me." And the floodwaters rise some more, and then they climb on. They get up onto the roof of the house, and then a boat comes along, and they're like, "Jump in the boat, let's go." And they're like, "Nah, God will take care of me. God's got me." And then the water overtakes the roof of the house. Now the person's swimming in the water. The person's getting weak. The person's about to run out of strength. The helicopter comes in, and they shout through the loudspeaker. They drop a rope down. They say, "Come on, get in the helicopter." And they say, "No, God will take care of me. God will provide." And then the waters overtake the person. The person dies. The person goes up to heaven, and the person says, "God, why didn't you provide for me? Why didn't you take care of me like you promised?" He said, "What do you think the freaking truck and the boat and the helicopter were for, you idiot?" But yes. Anyway, crazy floods going on in Kentucky. That I don't care. Chloe and her dog, Sandy. I'm more interested in what's going on. 4 days after historic flooding devastated towns across eastern Kentucky, the death toll continued to rise. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear confirmed that the number of fatalities had climbed to 37. Wow, I didn't even know that it was above 30. I thought it was like 27, but as high as 37 as rescue and recovery operations persisted. Complicating matters were more rounds of rainfall. Heavy rain prompted flash flood warnings across numerous eastern Kentucky counties and hampered rescue efforts on Sunday and Monday. The loss is unimaginable, Bashir wrote on Twitter. Please continue to pray for eastern Kentucky. This is one of the most devastating, deadly floods that we have seen in our history. Yeah, so yeah, pray for people in Kentucky. Just, here's just some video, some clips. Just, but we know this is going to happen, guys. This shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. We know that crazy weather, heat flashes, flash floods, all these things are going to happen with what's going on in the world. This is to be expected. We can pray for the people, we can wish them well, but this is inevitable, basically. What else we got? I think Hake reported on this. Ireland is to introduce anti-prayer zones in schools. Ireland's government has very little to boast about over the past decade, but it can successfully brag about one achievement. It has successfully reduced birth rates by 25%. This is what we see all across the world. Eugenics and, trying to control the population. Get out of here. Get those sex bots out of here. No cess bots. See you in bed, cat. Sessy time bots. These apocalyptic policies have brought us to a stage where paying a doctor €450 for the intentional killing of an unborn is more priority for the government than virtually anything else related to children, apart from perhaps their plans for gruesome new sexual education that includes lessons on pornography. In a complete panic after the overturn of Roe v. Wade in the United States, Ireland's incompetent government is now moving to establish anti-prayer zones across the country where a person can be jailed for praying against abortion or for encouraging people to give birth to their baby instead of killing it. So, Ireland going wild. This is from the Catholic arena. So, it's Catholic support on it. But, not all the Catholics are bad or nothing. But, we got to know a little better than that, But, some Catholics are pretty based. I don't agree with everything in their religion, but a lot of Catholics are very based, strong soldiers for God. They just got a few little things that they've been misled on, which we'll get into more of that shortly. Transgender swimmer Leah Thomas loses her bid for NCAA Woman of the Year. Why? She is definitely an amazing woman, right? No, she's not. That's why she was in our Men's History Month clip, because she's a beast. She's showing men that you can just, if you can't win in life, all you got to do is pretend to be a girl, and then you can just destroy all the women. So, good job on the NCAA for taking away her Woman of the Year title, because she's just destroying women. She's a beacon for hope for men that we can just conquer these women. We got a cool video here of a nuclear powered sky hotel. What you guys think it is? Hold on, let me see it. Did I miss any calls? Nah. Okay. Nuclear powered sky hotel. Let's turn this down a little bit.
Introducing Sky Cruise, a nuclear-powered hotel suspended.
We're not going to watch all this. It's just kind of cool. Check this plane out, guys.
This futuristic sky hotel gives you the ultimate travel.
So apparently it doesn't have to land. It can refuel midair. It holds so much fuel. Look at all the turbines. It's like a cruise ship for the sky. Crazy new future. Have you guys ever seen the movie Snowpiercer? Amazing movie. If you have not seen Snowpiercer, check it out. But this looks more like Snowpiercer is basically in an apocalyptic future. There was a train with continuous tracks that went all the way around the world, and the train was made so that it never had to refuel and it could travel forever. And basically, when the world ends, the only survivors are the people on this train traveling continuously around the world. And all the carts are divided into by class, and it's about a guy who's trying to get from the back of the train to the front of the train to stop these elites and stuff that are the last people left on Earth. But anyway, I don't know why this reminds me of that, but imagine, I don't think this would work the same way as Snowpiercer, because the plane has to be refueled somehow, unless it has some sort of technology to recycle fuel or something like that. But I like the hatchet fight scene in that movie. That movie's awesome. I love that movie. Have you guys ever seen the theory that Snowpiercer is the sequel to Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. If you haven't seen it, I'm not going to spoil any of it for you, but go watch it on YouTube after we're done here or tomorrow. Watch Snowpiercer is the just go to YouTube and search Snowpiercer is the sequel to Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Yep, Lord H. Sizzle is saying it. Snowpiercer and Willy Wonka looking at Snowpiercer is the sequel to Willy Wonka. They were eating bugs on that train. Yes, they were eating the bugs. And we're going to be eating the bugs too on this plane. This plane, what if this plane is the last, last civilization? When the world blows up from nuclear winter, whoever's on this plane is going to survive. So we're not really going to watch much, but yeah, this is just a design of it. Viewing domes, crazy. Like no fuel needed. They got some new space fuel thing on it. It's crazy, but yeah, you can check this out. It's pretty interesting. I don't know how real it is, but anyway. We got security video from Nicholas Cruz attacking that jail guard. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but first thing I want to say is the judge. Yo, how are you going to give a school shooter on trial for the death penalty the hottest judge ever? You need to give this guy dang Judge Judy or something. You need to give this kid should not be getting to stare at this judge while he's on trial. She bad. She bad. She got Asian in her. She need to get some white in her. Anyway, that has nothing to do with anything. But yeah, Nicholas Cruz, the Parkland shooter. So apparently, this kid's a mess. Hold on, we got to add. Apparently, this kid's, he's a mess. And, he's trying to get the insanity thing for demons. This kid might actually be insane. If there's anybody who's insane, it ain't dang Anuusha or whatever that airport shooter is. It ain't dang that kid who beat down that old man in that nursing home. They're not mentally incompetent. This kid's mentally incompetent. Look at what this kid doing in jail. Look. He walking around for a while. Then the cop asks him about a shower slide because his shower slide is broken.
Here, if you want to stop it. Then he can.
And Nick Cruz decides, I'm going to flip the cop off.
Stop talking.
Flicks him off. And it goes in. The boy attacking the cop, dude. This kid is crazy. This is crazy. You should see her eat a rat. Don't let the Alice snack bar people fly. Oh, you going to eat the bugs. Yeah, so this is Nicholas Cruz. This is the Parkland shooter attacking a guard while he's in jail. The kid is a problem. The kid is a problem. He need to get that DP. He need to get that DP. And I'm not talking double penetration. I'm talking death penalty. Yes, sir. We got some local news for you real quick. Basically, this is our mayor, Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenthal, the Marxist mayor of Salt Lake City. Such a great visit with Secretary Pete Buttigieg. I shared with him how appropriately aggressive Salt Lake City is working to build connections so that all Salt Lakers can thrive. We shared some great ideas, and I'm encouraged for the future. Federal Rescue Plan dollars are already benefiting our parks, neighborhood, and local businesses, and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act will also help support our communities in transformative ways. More to come. So here's our mayor with Pete Buttigieg, and look at this. We're on public transit, no mask. Nobody's wearing a mask. We're outside the train in the hood. Nobody's wearing a mask. She's in the hood right there. She's over on North Temple. That's where the airport's at. They had to go travel through the hood, through the dope boys to get to the airport, but they didn't show no pictures of that. Look at this airport. Nobody's wearing a mask, and nobody's wearing a mask here. Yeah, her and Pete Buttigieg, the gay guy. And then we see a post made a week earlier from the same mayor talking about how this morning we changed over one of the first speed limit signs in SLC from 25 miles per hour to 20 miles per hour. She's been so excited about this. They decided to put a bunch of money into changing all the speed limit signs in the neighborhoods and stuff around the city from 25 miles per hour to 20 miles per hour because kids and pets and people are getting hit by cars because nobody pays attention to the traffic laws. Well, here's the thing, Mayor. The sign said 25 miles per hour, but the person who hit the person was going 40 miles per hour. You know why? because they don't care what the traffic limit sign says. So why did you put all this money into changing the signs to 5 miles per hour less, as if that's going to suddenly make the people pay attention to the sign and they're not going to drive 50 miles an hour through the neighborhoods? You freaking idiot. And here's the funniest part, and everybody was commenting on this. She's alone. She's alone outside changing street signs with a mask on. And then just a couple days later, this is July 27th, then just a couple days later, oh, I already closed it. Crap, I already closed it. But a couple days later, we see all the pictures of her and Pete Buttigieg downtown on public transit at the airport, surrounded by people with no masks. This lady is a moron, dude. This lady's an idiot. In other local news, spoiler alert, guys, the weekend's over. We survived. Spalling face debris did not land on Salt Lake City this past weekend, but it was in the news on like Thursday or Friday. Could falling space debris strike Salt Lake City this weekend? There's a small possibility, incredibly infinitesimal as it is, that Salt Lake City's weekend may be cut short on Saturday. Now, first thing, the weekend doesn't get cut short because something falls out of the sky on the city. The weekend is still happening. I don't know what that means. I don't know who wrote this. It's also very redundant. There's a small possibility, incredibly infinitesimal. Okay, so you just said the same thing like 6 times. Small possibility, incredibly infinitesimal. This is very redundant. This is overly verbose. We don't need to have, and it doesn't need to be, you could just say there's a small possibility that Salt Lake City, and that the weekend may be cut short by falling debris from space. Well, no, even if the debris fell and landed in the middle of the city, it's not gonna end the weekend. We're not just gonna go into Monday. So, but yeah, spoiler alert. That looks like pot plants. Oh, cannabis activists testify. Space debris fell and killed anybody. So, I don't know why I even kept that in there. Mysterious red glow seen above the Pacific Ocean. Sky News Australia. I love Sky News Australia. This girl is the bae. Yo, I love this girl. That ever didn't climb that ladder. She should be making Sammy's facts. Look at that. Wow. That looks very similar to those lights that we saw in the sky in San Diego. But this is actually something totally different. But, of course, they put it out there. They're like, we saw a red glow. Space aliens. The aliens are coming, prepping us for Project Bluebeam and the holograms. Just like Hologram Biden, they're prepping us for the fake UFOs that are coming. But let's see what it is.
We had no idea what we were looking at. We were making jokes about being in the middle of some sort of military exercise.
Or some sort of alien invasion.
Made it to the internet. Let the guessing game begin. Undersea volcano eruption. It's a UFO, unidentified floating object.
Dumb.
And the most popular theory of all.
Stranger Things.
This is Stranger Things, the eerie series featuring another dimension known as the Upside Down.
Okay, but what is it really?
Pacific Sari using very bright red arrays of vessels that were fishing for Pacific Sari using very bright red.
Here's what it is.
LED lights.
Lights like this.
That's what it was. Mackerel-like fish known as the Sari. Oh, good one.
I am.
Yeah. So, spoiler alert. There's no such thing as aliens, guys. It's just a boat with red lights on it. Okay, we got a couple more stories. We got a couple new stories. A couple more stories. Breaking news today. Weren't we talking about this a couple weeks ago? Weren't we talking about this? Didn't I say sunscreen causes skin cancer? Banana Boat, what is a woman from Matt Walsh? Banana Boat recalls sunscreen product after detecting cancer-causing chemicals. Well, no duh. No freaking duh. It's just like hand sanitizer. They think that you're going to use the hand sanitizer. It's going to make you not get sick as much. No, it weakens your immune system. It takes all the natural bacteria that you're supposed to have on your hands off. It makes you sicker. Same thing with sunscreen. You think you're going to stop getting skin cancer by putting this crap on your skin. Guess what? You're putting skin cancer into your skin. That's what it's for. This is all a marketing ploy to destroy and lower the population and kill people, and everybody just goes along with it. Nobody stops and thinks. This isn't the first banana. It's not just Banana Boat, Neutrogena, Coppertone, multiple. I've seen glowing algae. I've seen some glowing algae. I have seen some unbelievable stuff in the night sky. No cap 100. Robbie L. Brown watched Trump's hands making the tip of the spear, which matches the Space Force logo. Thanks for the tip. Yep. So anyway, yeah, Banana Boat. They got cancer-causing chemicals in the dang Banana Boat, in the Coppertone, in the Neutrogena. It doesn't matter, guys. Sunscreen. How ironic. You're putting on sunscreen to stop from getting skin cancer, and you're giving yourself skin cancer. Who would have thought about it? I would have. Anyway, we got a good story here. We got a good story. Puppy rescued by firefighters after its head gets stuck in a wheel. Guys, the firefighters responded to strange call for service. A puppy's head is stuck in a wheel of a truck tire. Officials said the incident occurred Monday in Savannah, Tennessee. Look at this. Firefighters come. They cut out the tire. This little doggy got his head stuck in a tire. They sawed out the pieces. They saved the puppy. They saved this little puppy guy right here. Happy story. I like it, you know. And we didn't even have to make it all emotional like the dodo, you know. Sunscreen. I put minerals only on my babies for sunscreen. Minerals for sunscreen. I'm sure there's like, you can just rub mud on yourself. You'll have better luck just rubbing mud, you know, like the indigenous people do it for sunscreen, than putting that crap chemicals in your skin. But minerals, yeah, like mud, minerals. Yep. Anyway, look at that puppy. That's a happy story. Last story, breaking news today. We got some breaking news for today. This soccer player lady, Christian NWSL, National Women's Soccer League, National Whiny Soccer Lesbians. Player missed game over refusal to wear pride jersey. Base chick. But look, she got the purple hair. She playing soccer. She's probably leaning towards that lesbian spectrum. But she is a Christian. She's a Christian. She don't want to wear the rainbow jersey. You know, she want to keep it on the down low. She might have the purple hair. She might be a woman playing soccer. But she don't want the world seeing her in no dang rainbow. Based. This chick's based. What's her name? Chose to miss a game on Friday night instead of wearing the pride jersey her team was scheduled to wear. Jaylene Daniels, a Christian defender for the Carolina Courage, cited her commitment to faith when explaining her decision to miss the game due to pride-themed jersey. So maybe she's not a lesbian. Maybe she just looked like one. You know, not all but most. She fits a lot of the stereotypes, but she's based. So this girl, you know, no thanks, Breitbart. Base chick. And that's it. That's it for the news. That's all the breaking news. That's all the memes. That's everything I got except for our last segment. We're about to break down all the different biblical. She's married with children. I'm sorry. I was just joking because generally speaking, if you got pink hair and you're playing in the women's soccer league, you know, I'm just saying it looks a certain way. But she's based. She's married with children. Nice. I was just joking about that, guys. We're about to break down some biblical translations. I got an ESV here. I got a Mormon King James and a King James. My King James. You know, these are just for display. We're actually just going to be reading off my notes here. I got a lot of information to bust out for you guys. A lot of history. We're going to be getting into some deep stuff with this. Do I have any? I do have a couple clips real quick, though, that I forgot to play. Let's play this. Let's play this Matt Gaetz' bass clip. Now, I don't know how based he is. But this is based. Hold on. I had the volume down.
America is a pro-life nation proudly. Have you watched these pro-abortion, pro-murder rallies? The people are just disgusting.
I'm turning in and going all ears. Night chat.
That the women with the least likelihood
all right, Robbie,
of
laying
getting
down.
pregnant are the ones most worried about having abortions.
Pro-abortion, pro-murder
TYT.
rallies, odious.
and just like ugly on the inside and out. And I make no apology for it. The ones that are out there protesting and marching outside Justice Kavanaugh's home, trying to threaten the court, that's just it's just pure ugliness.
Nobody
And I
want to
see
put a
that
baby in
ugliness on
those
the inside,
goblins.
I see it on the
Facts.
outside.
Is it safe to say that based off of your comments, you're suggesting that these women at these abortion rallies are ugly and overweight?
Yes.
What do you say to people who think that those comments are offensive?
Be offended.
Base.
Is a pro-life.
Base Matt Gates. Now I don't know how based he totally is. You know, he may have things that he does that isn't right, and he does a lot of things that I'm on board with. Yep, Josh, carry on. I'm listening. All right, thanks, Robbie. So I like him, but you know, we got to keep a space between, you know, because he could be a rhino, he could be an act. We don't know, but he seems pretty based to come out and say that. That's based. I like it. I like it a lot. You know, we still got guys like him. We got Jim Jordan. We got Trump. We got DeSantis. That's about it. I like Jim Jordan a lot. Oh, and Josh Hawley. Josh Hawley been being based lately. And then we got a lot of women picking up the mantle, you know, unfortunately. But they're all right. They're all right. It's better than nobody. I'll take a Marjorie Taylor Greene over a Dan Crenshaw any day, you know. I'll take a Lauren Boebert over a dang Ted Cruz. How about that? Catch me outside. How about that? All right. We do have one more clip. You know, since we were talking about Snowpiercer, we're talking about eating the bugs. We're always talking about eating the bugs.
It's incredibly comfortable. Now, what is this? This looks like I could make cocoa with this. What is that?
Well, that's an insect-based premium protein. It's
Iron Man.
Molitor, which is mealworm larvae. The company is called Insect. This is Infras. This is for fertilizer. And as you have there, this is a powder derived from the mealworm, and it's a insect protein just been approved by the EU.
This is a powder derived from the mealworm, and it's a insect protein just been approved
by the EU. Hallelujah.
For human consumption.
You're not just getting me to eat dirt, are you?
No, man. I wouldn't play you, bro. We're like one entity now.
Did you hear how fake that sounds? No, I wouldn't play you, bro. This is so fake. This is Colbert, the same guy who was talking to Obama when Obama, you know, that clip Robbie showed us. You know, Iron Man dead. Iron Man eating bugs. More like doo-doo, man. More like dang old doo-doo, man. I don't know. I don't know where I pulled that one out of. But, yeah, Iron Man, a mess.
If this is protein, it's essentially tasteless. It's just a protein supplement.
Exactly.
I can put this in a...
You're tasteless, Colbert. Shut up. You're supposed to be funny, dude. Make me laugh.
I'm telling you. Yep. And they'll be making
I
all
call that the
kinds of
demon
stuff out of
cackle.
it.
Get these love bots out of here.
It is the making of it is severely reducing the amount of emissions it takes. It is a innovation, Justin. We're doing something incorrectly. If we make this switch, it's a huge intervention.
Bruh, horrible, but par for the course as expected. You know, if you think we're lying, you think we're crazy conspiracy theorists, any guests we have to the show watching the VOD, you think we're crazy conspiracy theorists, think we're lying and we're just making stuff up. They're not going to try to make us eat bugs. They are. Iron Man is telling you to eat bugs. Nicole Kidman is telling you to eat bugs. Stephen Colbert is telling you to eat bugs to save the environment and to save the climate because the world's ending. Get you a Tesla and eat you some mealworms and you'll be all right. This is ridiculous, guys. I'm over it. I'm not eating bugs. I don't care. I would eat bugs if I was on Fear Factor or if I was doing an episode, if I was on the show alone, you know, if it was a challenge, you know, to see if I could survive, I would do it. But I ain't doing it when I got a perfectly good steak. Bill Gates is over there eating a perfectly good steak on all the farmland he just bought up in his multi-million-dollar mansion, driving a freaking jet everywhere he goes, flying a freaking plane everywhere. Pete Buttigieg came here to talk to our mayor about the climate change and the transportation, how we got to go green and all this other crap, and then he flew home on a freaking airplane. I can't even afford to take a trip to Gen Con because the flights are so expensive. The hotels are so expensive. But Pete Buttgig can come down here and tell us about how we got to go green and then fly on his little jet home. Some bull crap telling me to eat the bugs. How about this? How about no? How about catch me outside? How about that? How about that? Spot on, Josh. Thank you. Robbie, you were supposed to be going to bed, buddy. All right, guys, let me go take a break and we'll get into this last segment. Got a lot of stuff to go over here. Let me pull up these picks. Yeah, those are the 2 picks we need to talk about. I'm going to play a song that you may have heard on the JLP show before. I heard it a long time ago, and I like the song, so we got it right here.
Money ain't supposed to make you. You supposed to
I'll
make
be right
the money.
back, guys.
People be thinking they made you cause they making the money. We just talk about money and money and money and money and more money. But really though, folks be so broke they should set up a GoFundMe. But money don't save nobody. Money don't save nobody. Money don't save nobody. Money don't save nobody. Listen, money don't save nobody. Money don't save nobody. Money don't save nobody. Money don't say nobody. Money ain't gon' override your flaws. You can find 10 million cash right now and still be lost. That is why I don't work for you, I only got one boss. No loss, long as my spirit stands, still I stand tall. Never will I fall, never will I ever call on a man that made me rich. Was of this world until I made a switch. Married this way at a young age, I got hitched, but I'm over that road, it just leads to a ditch. And I'm done digging my grave. Money, no, it cannot save. Something way bigger I crave. Slip was a slave, I still remember the days. That's why I got rid of my face. It made too many people turn fake. Listen, it was even my case. I had money on the mind. Every time I wrote a rhyme, I was always on the grind trying to bring in more bank. Said I would live for the money and even worse, die for respect. To die for respect is dumber than someone who died for a check. Man, money ain't supposed to make you. You supposed to make the money. People be thinking they made you cause they making the money. I here looking like that money making you. Now you ain't making no money. You done lost your whole soul out here chasing the money. Hey, but money don't save nobody. Money don't save nobody. Money don't save nobody. Money don't save nobody. Listen, money don't save nobody. Money don't save nobody. Money don't save nobody. Money don't save nobody.
Same story as yours. I grew up poor. Pops had a couple dollars, but we needed more. Played the cards I was dealt and kicked down some doors. Pull up in the Porsche, I probably won't. Still blessed, of course, I have no remorse. If you do nothing with your life, when God is gold and God is more, and God is real and money ain't. Money fake, fake happiness. You buy some drink, then buy some dank. You get high to fight the lows, then complain. Use your brain, not your wallet. Change the topic. Money this and money that, but you ain't ballin'. Who you fooling? Who you calling? Call the man, it's a cold world, no cardigan. I'm a stand-up guy, though I'll fall again. Try to make it in the book of life, not the Hall of Fame. And money won't save me. Thinking that world is crazy. I make the money, money don't make me.
Money don't save nobody.
Money don't say nobody.
Money don't save nobody.
Money don't say nobody.
Money don't save nobody.
This is GH Poncho and Lyson.
Money don't save
little underground rap.
Money ain't no more the cheat code. Dollars don't know you don't need those. No kind of currency feeds souls. Focus on something that means more. Cause money ain't no more the cheat code. Why you trying to win with the cheat code? Why you trying to live off a cheat code?
They are Christian rappers.
Something that means more. Cause money don't save
Nobody. Money don't say nobody. I love that song. But that doesn't mean I won't take some super chats and some some cash apps, guys. Because money won't save nobody. But it doesn't hurt. It don't hurt, you know. It don't hurt. Anyway, last segment of the show, guys. So Dean Melkin asked me a question in the comments. I should have screenshotted it and pulled it up. But basically his comment was a very common question for people who are like getting into the Bible. Dean Melkin's not even here. Hopefully he'll watch the replay. But we're about to talk about biblical translations, all the different biblical translations. So first we're going to talk about how translation is divided onto a dynamic scale where we have it's a scale. I'm about to show you a picture. We have word for word translation, also known as formal equivalents. Then we have meaning for meaning translations, closest natural equivalents. We have thought for thought, which is functional equivalents. And then we have paraphrase, which is retelling of the stories of the Bible. So all your different translations are going to fit into this little scale right here. So let me pull this up. So basically, here it is. Let me shrink my picture down a little bit so you guys can see it. Let's go up here. So, we see the word for word. They say the New American Standard Bible is the most word for word translated Bible, but there's actually something farther on this scale. It would be to the left. There's something farther to the left of that, which is called the interlinear Bible. I have a picture of an interlinear Bible page for you guys. So an interlinear Bible would be the most word for word translation. This is something I would like to get one of these. I want to get one of these. This is where I lay my phone down and listen. It's a good pick, Lord Spike. That picture was taken this year. I don't look that old. But an interlinear Bible is something that you really don't want to be reading as your daily Bible or anything like that, because you have to be kind of scholarly and be studied to know what this means. But it has every word in the original Greek, and then it has the translations. And so, like, if you were trying to read it, on God and there and the end, they were the day, and he had which work his the God, and he hath which work all his from. So, like, you can't read an interlinear Bible, but if you're doing study, if you're doing deep dives and studies, it is good to have an interlinear Bible for reference there, but it would be the most word to word accurate. So let's go back here. So as we see in the word for word equivalents section, we have New American Standard Version, the ESV, which is what I have here, the English Standard Version. This is my dad's Bible who passed away, and it's pretty cool because I see his notes in it and stuff. Oh, I never saw this. This is 2 note cards worth of stuff that my dad wrote, and I think he wrote a lot of this while he was sick, so I think he was into the Bible. But we got a lot of markings from him, so I really like this Bible. Oh, more notes. I didn't even know all this was in here. See, my dad was like me. He was just writing jotting little notes on pieces of paper while he was doing his Bible study. That's pretty cool. But yeah, so this is the ESV. My personal favorites are the King James Version, the ESV. Really, those are the 2 main ones I like. A lot of people like the NASB, the New American Standard Bible. They say it's the most word-for-word accurate one. I'm going to give you my reason to why I don't quite trust the New American Standard Version. It's hard to translate word for word when languages don't have literal words. Like, there's not Spanish word for hot dog, just describe it called. Oh, Josh, so sad to hear your daddy's in heaven now. That's a treasure to have his Bible now. Yeah, thank you, the Gets. Yeah, we've talked about him on the show before. He died of cancer about a year ago. He had cancer for 6 years, but it's good. He's not suffering anymore, and he was a good man. But one thing we're going to talk about tonight is how there are a lot of people who are Christian and will say you can only use the King James Version. They'll say the King James Version is the only proper translation to use. We know that now. I in the Christian schools that I went to, they told me we could only use King James Version or New King James, which, now we have more manuscripts and stuff. We actually see that maybe the King James Version isn't the best version. It is my personal favorite version because it uses the Old English style and the these and the thous, and it's written more word for word. I like the word for word translations. They are harder to read. For somebody who's getting new into this stuff and wants to read the Bible, you may want to, maybe go for an NIV. Some people like the NLT. I call the NLT the New Living Translation. I call that the Women's Bible, because usually they are women's studies Bibles. It will say Women's Study Bible on the New Living Translation. It's very feminized. I'm not a fan of the New Living Translation, but also a lot of the things that I'm about to talk about, I got from Dr. Robert Plummer and Dr. James White. They're both on YouTube. They go much more into detail about this stuff than I'm about to, but we're gonna go kind of deep. But you know what Dr. Robert Plummer said is that we're not supposed to, as Christians, critique other translations of the Bible. We're not supposed to, you know, demean or talk bad about any other translations of the Bible. I don't agree with that because, you know, we know there will be wolves in sheep's clothing. We know there will be false prophets who are going to change the words and change things. So when we talk about the Message, we're going to talk about the Mirror Bible. These are, I do not think, I don't think, I don't know about so much about the Message, but the Mirror Bible, which I'm going to tell you about, the Mirror Bible is a fake Bible. It's and these are paraphrase versions of the Bible. They don't have the mirror on here, but you know, if you type in on Google Mirror Bible, you'll find all these raving reviews about how it's a word for word accurate translation from the Greek. No, it's not. It isn't. It's paraphrase, and it's the author's own views interjected into the Message for new. So we get meaning to meaning. A lot of the scales won't have this meaning for meaning one. It'll go word for word, thought for thought, and then paraphrase, also known as idea for idea. But I like word for word because we know all thoughts are lies. When you start getting into the thought for thought stuff, these are artists. They'll take, because like the guest was just saying, if you're trying to do a word for word translation from one language to another, it's difficult because of the way that speech is, the way language is, the past participles, and all these things. You know, a Spanish expression, like my wife was Guatemalan, and every now and then she'd be like, "Oh, I just remembered a joke that I know in Spanish," and I'd be like, "Tell me the joke." She's like, "I can't translate it to English and make the joke make sense and be funny." I'm like, "Why not? Just tell me the words, just translate them to English." And then she would try it, and I'd be like, "You're right, that's not funny." And it's because the way the language is, you have to go with a more thought for thought description. But you know, for like the NIV, I consider the NIV a watered down Bible because, and they even say this, they'll tell you this, that the NIV, they degendered a lot of the language. They made a lot of the language gender neutral. So, you know, when God talks about he and she, or God being he, they changed these things to make it more gender neutral. So that's why I don't like the NIV. The NLT is very feminized. I'm not a fan of that. Message, any of these paraphrasings, I don't like any of those Bibles. The Message doesn't even use versification, which you know, is verses. How we have John 3:16, we have verses. This didn't start. Where did I write about versification? Did I forget to write it? I forgot where I took the note about versification. I think versification happened in the 1500s or 1600s. The Message doesn't have verses. The Message is written for people who don't speak English, and basically it tells the Bible as if it were a novel, as if it were a story. And we hear a lot of this from like atheists and stuff. They say, "Oh, you're just reading a fairy tale book of stories." Well, it's really not. It has a lot of historical context, laws, poetry, historical lineages of families, things like this. And so the Bible is a historical book. When you change it like the Message does, you take out the verses, you change it to be a story and read like a novel, it's not the same thing. So I'm not a fan of these paraphrase ones. Thought for thought, you know, you could pick up an NIV or NLT. It's fine. It's just I think what's best is to use something like, now we have the internet. We're in the information age. We have the internet. We have things like BibleGateway.com where you can compare all the different verses. So we're going to do that a little bit. Let me read this quick thing about the King James Version. I was raised, King James Version is the best version, the only version. It's still my favorite version, but through doing this research, I found that it has some problems. It was first printed and published in Greek. The first printed and published Greek New Testament was from Decarius Erasmus. Erasmus is a name we hear a lot. And it was rushed printing. The printing was being rushed by King James. He wanted this printing to come out. And he was translating. He only had 6 to 12 manuscripts, and he was translating from the Latin Vulgate. Now, the Bible wasn't written in Latin. The Bible was written in Greek. Aramaic, Greek, Hebrew, and Aramaic, and they translated it to Latin. And when Erasmus was doing it, he had 6 to 12 manuscripts. Now, this doesn't mean there weren't other manuscripts in other languages, because there are lots of different languages. But at the time, they didn't have airplanes, they didn't have cars, so they had access to what they had access to, and they couldn't go get the Erasmus couldn't go get the Ethiopian Bible from the Ethiopians, because they held on to those, and they prized them. And he couldn't go over to wherever and get all the different translations and collect them, because they were protected, they were spread out to the different churches. So when he wrote the King James Version, he only had 6 to 12 manuscripts. This is called the Textus Receptus, or the received text. And a lot of Christians will say the Textus Receptus is the only valid manuscripts of the Bible. Well, turns out that's not so true, because the Latin Vulgate, when we look at 1 John 5:8, let's open it up in these two Bibles. 1 John 5:6-8. This is where we see Trinitarianism and polytheism introduced through the Latin Vulgate, which was the Catholics. And basically, where is it? Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, after the letter to the Romans. 1 John chapter 2. We're going to check this out. So what you'll hear is that, the new, more modern translations of the Bible, people will say, well, they took verses out. And the example that we're given is 1 John 5:6-8. 5:6-8. So in the King James Version, who is he that overcometh the world, but he that believeth that Jesus is the Son of God? This is he that came by water and blood, even Jesus Christ, not by water only, but by water and blood. And it is the Spirit that bear witness, because the Spirit is truth. For there are 3 that bear record in heaven, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost. And these 3 are one. So that last verse, verse 7, is not in a lot of modern translations. So Christians will say, well, why don't the ESV, why don't the NASB have that verse in there? Because that proves the Trinity. Then the King James Version of the Bible, that's a verse that proves the Trinity. Well, that verse was never written by John. That verse was in the Latin Vulgate. It was not included in any original Greek manuscripts until after the year 1400. And the conspiracy is that while King James was rushing printing from Erasmus on the King James Version of the Bible, out of nowhere, after the year 1400, 1400 years after the New Testament was not being written anymore, all of a sudden a Greek manuscript turns up that says that verse. And Erasmus had been saying, I can't put this, and King James was pushing this, and the Catholic Church was pushing this, and the Vulgate were pushing this. They were pushing this Trinitarian stuff, which we know about. It was from, Constantine and the Council of Nicaea is when all this stuff was introduced, and they wanted it in the King James Version of the Bible. Erasmus is like, I can't do it unless I have a Greek manuscript that says it, because all I got it in is the Latin Vulgate, which is the Greek translated to Latin. So, and then out of the blue, after the year 1400, this Greek transcript turns up that says this verse. John never wrote that verse. That verse should not be in the Bible, because it's not true. It's Trinitarian. It's polytheism. It's not biblical. John didn't write that, but it is in this King James Version of the Bible. Some new King James versions of the Bible won't include that verse. So people will say, well, they took a verse out of the Bible. No, that verse was added to the Bible, and it's been corrected. So, but now I want to see if in this English Standard Version, if that verse is in there or what it says. So I haven't done this yet. I haven't checked this yet. I'm doing this on the spot. First and Second Corinthians, Hebrews and Book of James, First and Second Peter, First and Second, Third John, Jude, and Revelation. 1 John 5. All right. So 1 John 5:7 in the English Standard Version says, "For there are 3 that testify." This, and that's verse 7. Remember, verse 7 that we just read was much longer. It said there are three that testify: the flesh, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, and these three are one. That's what the King James Version says, which is the version that I've always been told is the most accurate version. Turns out that's not so true, because in the English Standard Version, where we have to talk about how Erasmus, when he wrote this version, he only had 6 to 12 Greek manuscripts. Now we have a plethora. We have 5,700 original manuscripts, because we're in the information age, which, information age means you can compare all the different versions on one website on the internet. It means that we have 5,700 original manuscripts from all the different languages from across the world collected, and you can read the original manuscripts. So now our Bibles now are taking from a much larger pool to figure out these translations. And if you read the preface by the authors, Erasmus and the other printers and authors of the New King James Version, or the King James, I keep saying New King James, the King James Version, if you go online and read their preface and their author notes or whatever, it says this is not a finished product. Like, we only have so much to go off of right now. In the future, this can and this will change. The people who wrote this King James Version of the Bible said that. So when you ever hear a Christian saying, no, the only version is the King James Version, that person hasn't done their research, and they're just believing something that somebody told them. Because even the people who wrote the King James Version of the Bible said in their preface, in the notes, that this is not complete. This can be added to. This can be changed. For example, also in the King James Version of the Bible, the book of Revelations, Erasmus didn't even have the entire book of Revelations. He was missing pages. He had to kind of, read the Latin Vulgate and read other things to kind of fill in the blanks. So the King James Version book of Revelation is kind of inaccurate. It's pretty inaccurate. And but anyway, let's finish reading this. What we have here, 1 John 5:7, for there are three that testify. That's the whole verse. That's verse 7. Now verse 8, the Spirit and the water and the blood, and these three agree. That's what our English Standard Version says. And now if we look at the scale, the English Standard Version is actually more word for word accurate than the King James Version. The most word for word accurate is the New American Standard. My problem with the New American Standard is I think it's corruptible. One thing we're not supposed to do as Christians is to critique the authors and the translators' moral values and things. Like if somebody translates a new version of the Bible, we're not supposed to look at that person and, if they cheated on their wife, we say, oh, they cheated on their wife, so it's a bad translation. No, we can't do that, because if we do that, then we got to look at the original apostles. We got to look at, Peter and Paul and look at their lives. A lot of them were doing some messed up stuff, specifically Paul, and he's still an apostle. Christ forgives. That's the whole message. So, you can't judge a translation's validity based off of the moral actions of the translator. But that's not what I'm doing here. What I'm doing with the New American Standard is saying that it's corruptible, because, as we know, we talked about this when Roe v. Wade was overturned. In Exodus 21:22 through 25, the New American Standard Version was revised in 1977 to change the word, which in the King James Version, the word is fruit. I can't remember the word in Hebrew off the top of my head, but I didn't write it down. But basically, almost every version of the Bible that you look at, here, let's pull this up real quick. Here, almost every version of the Bible that you look at, you'll see that in Exodus 21:22 through 25, they're talking about premature birth. They are not talking about miscarriage. So, Bible translations, let's open all in an incognito window. I think I have it pulled up right here. I don't. I don't have it pulled up. But anyway, basically, they changed the word. We talked about it in an older episode of the show when we were talking about Roe v. Wade. But they changed the word, which is fruit in the New King James, or premature birth in every other translation of the Bible. They changed it to miscarriage in the New American Standard Version, which is supposed to be the most word-for-word accurate translation. Well, Roe v. Wade became a thing in 73. And then in 75, they changed the New American Standard Version to be more politically acceptable with that agenda. They changed the word premature birth to miscarriage. It may seem like a small thing, but it actually has been a horrible thing because now abortion advocates will use that verse of the Bible to make abortion okay. And they fixed it. The New American Standard Version fixed it in 1995. It was revised again to change that word. The word that's used in Hebrew in that verse is used multiple times throughout Exodus, and it's always the same word. But they changed it in that one specific instance to basically make abortion allowable biblically. And that was the New American Standard Version, which tells me they have some sort of political influence. There's something there. There's some reason why they changed that, and I'm not really a fan of that, you know? So I think we can all agree the rulers over the last 2,000 years don't want us to know the true power of Christ, and they've changed redacted the Bible over years. A 1611 King James Bible is different. Well, no, a 1611 King James Bible is even less complete. That's what we're talking about. Erasmus didn't have all the manuscripts we have today. Now we have 5,700 original manuscripts compared to his 6. So the 1611 King James Version is less revised and less accurate. And that Latin stuff, adding in the Trinity from the Latin Vulgate, which was never written by John. It was never supposed to be in the Bible. The King James Version of Revelations is inaccurate and incomplete. Yet they claim separation of church and state. Unreal. Yeah, the left always will talk about separation of church and state. There's actually no such thing as separation of church and state. It's not in our Constitution. It's not a thing. It's just something that Thomas Jefferson wrote in a letter, and they took it and ran with it. Separation of church and state isn't a thing. We have Establishment Clause, which keeps politics out of the church. It does not work the other way around. It's never meant to keep the church out of the politics, which, you'll hear a lot of Christians saying, I don't vote or I don't get involved in politics. That's whack, bro. That's the opposite of what we're supposed to do. But anyway, so what else do I have here? So the New American Standard Version, they say it's the most word for word accurate, but we've seen it, that it is corruptible. So that's kind of my problem with that one. I do like the ESV. I am a fan of the King James Version, even though now, after doing my research, knowing that there are things in this that are not accurate. This is not the most accurate Bible. But I love the King James Version because I love the Old English. And one great Bible scholar said he prefers the King James Version because it makes him slow down, which I agree with, because all these newer, more modernized versions, I can read them quick like I read a novel. But I don't think that the Bible is not supposed to be read like a novel, like the Message does, which is what the Message has done. The Message tries to turn the Bible into a storybook. And the Bible's not supposed to be a storybook. It's not supposed to be something that you read real fast. You need to slowly read it. You need to take in these words. And I like the old language because it kind of puts me in their shoes, in the disciples and the apostles and these ancient people. It kind of puts me in their shoes. And I love the King James Version. I'll always, it's always going to be my favorite. But I don't think you can go wrong with an ESV. An ESV is good. New King James, not so bad. New King James, they fixed some of the problems with Revelations. But what you could do is you can use a website like BibleGateway.com, which we're about to do, and you can check multiple translations of the same verse. So we're going to do that right now. We're going to check out Psalm 23, one of my favorite books of the Bible. So first we have it here in interlinear form. This is word for word from the original Greek. A Psalm of David, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. I love that. And that's how the King James Version writes it. I'm about to show you that most versions do not have it written that way, but the King James Version does have it written that way. From the original Greek, we see, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. That's powerful. That's a powerful line. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He guideth me in straight paths for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou hast anointed my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Amen. That's Psalms 23, interlinear form, how it is written in the Greek. But we come here. So we see this is King James Version. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. This is pretty much the exact same thing, right? So I like that. Now we check out, and I'm not saying that any of these verses are like wrong, but if we look at the American Standard Version or the New American Standard Version, where is it? New American Standard Bible from 1995. So this is the revised one. Why is it? Oh, here we go. So this is the New American Standard Version. They say this is the most word-for-word accurate one. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside the quiet waters. He restores my soul. He guides me in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the valley of shadows. So this is pretty much the same. Surely goodness and loving kindness will follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. I prefer surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life instead of loving kindness. That sounds kind of soft. A lot of these Bibles are what we would call watered down Bibles or softened Bibles. It's like they didn't want things to sound as harsh. I'm not a fan of that. I love that prayer, says Lord. Despite protein, it's the verse I try to live up to. King David had a way with words. He had a heart after the Lord. True story. Yep. Our right to come from God, period. We have the right to worship freely. The government has no right to tell us how to worship or force ties. Definitely, yeah. Yep. But so New American Standard Version, nothing wrong with that. But there is one version. Thought for thought. Which is the one? New American Standard Bible. There's one that says, oh, here it is. So this is the older one. This is not the revised one. This is the New American Standard Bible from 1977 to 1995. The Lord is my shepherd. I will not be in need. Now, you may think, well, that's no different. What's the difference? I don't see a difference in that. I do see a difference in that because your basic needs, I can fulfill my basic needs, food, water, shelter, I can fulfill my basic needs, but what God does for us is he takes away our wants. And I said this in a Facebook post once, and a lot of people were like offended by it. I said, a true blessing isn't to get what you want. A true blessing is to never want. And people were coming at me like, no, you're wrong about that, bro. Everybody wants something. We have to want something. We have to have goals. Everybody wants something. And then one guy was like, oh, I constantly want my kids to be happy and healthy. And I was like, you guys aren't understanding what I'm saying. First off, this guy's a good dad. I'm like, your kids are happy and healthy. Why are you wanting for that? You don't want, if you know God, and he's not a God-fearing guy, so I can understand why he wants these things. But if you were God-fearing, you wouldn't need to want that because you would know that you already have it. And with God makes us not want, I can take care of my basic needs on my own, but God's there so that I don't want, so that I don't yearn for things, so that I don't have these desires for things, for worldly things that aren't really important. That's harder to overcome than to take care of your needs, So the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. I would prefer that over the Lord is my shepherd, I will not be in need. But this is from the New American Standard Bible before the 1995 revision. I also have the ASV, which is one that I never heard of, but I was looking at it, and it was interesting. American Standard Version. Jehovah is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green. So this is mostly all good, but what we see here is Jehovah. Now, technically, Jehovah, this word isn't even a word. Jehovah is not even a word. There is no Jehovah in any Hebrew or in any Greek translations. There is no word Jehovah. There is no word Yahweh. And these are words that even as I'm speaking it right now, I shouldn't even be saying these words. What these words come from is the Tetragrammaton, which is JHVH or YHWH. These are 4 letters in Hebrew that are combined that are not words. These aren't words. They're called the Tetragrammaton. They aren't words. They are the literal, what God, like, they're basically the literal name of God, but they aren't actually words. They're just letters that mean the name of God. When God says, I am who I am, that's when we see the Tetragrammaton, which is Jehovah or Yahweh. It's either written as Yahweh is Tetragrammaton. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, the guess. And so, and also these words are supposed to be so revered that when the authors would write them, they would have to get a new writing tool, and they would have to bless it, and then they would write the letters, the Tetragrammaton, and then they would throw the writing utensil away and never use it again. They were not supposed to say these words. So the fact that they print this in the American Standard Version, they changed the Lord to a word that isn't even a word. Jehovah and Yahweh are not even actually words. It's just the closest sounds we can make to the Tetragrammaton. And we're not supposed to be saying these things. We're not supposed to be printing these things except in very specific verses. And Psalm 23 is not one of them. So this is a mistranslation, I would say. And just something I'm pointing out. I'm not saying the American Standard Version is wrong. I'm just saying in this, we're just looking at different translations and how minor things can be changed. And then thought for thought, let's check out the NIV and the New Living Translation. NIV, LMN, New International Version. The Lord is my shepherd. I lack nothing. He makes me lie. See, I don't like that either. This is the Lord is my shepherd. I lack nothing. It just sounds weak. Doesn't it just sound, it doesn't sound as powerful as the Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. The Lord is my shepherd. I lack nothing. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside quiet waters. He refreshes my soul. He guides me along the right paths for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the darkest valley, and that doesn't sound as, nothing wrong with that, but that does not sound good as, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. Even though I walk through the darkest valley, I will fear no evil. It sounds goofy. It sounds watered down. It sounds soft. I'm not a fan of it. But again, if you want to check out the New International Version, it will be, we can't discredit all these. Some translations we can affirmatively discredit them, like the Message, like the Mirror Bible, which I'm about to show you. The research, his name is so holy they don't want to insult him. They revere his name as so holy they don't want to insult him. That's why you may see some Jews write his name as GD. Well, God, yeah, and I don't know why they would do that, because God isn't actually God's name. God is simply a title we use because we can't even say God's name. If we heard God's name, we would explode into a trillion pieces. We can't even express God's name. That's why we have the Tetragrammaton. But God is simply a title for God. So I don't know why they would do G-D. I understand not writing out the Tetragrammaton and not using words like Jehovah and Yahweh. And you'll hear a lot of people who are this new messianic. Anytime you hear messianic, or if you see a Bible translation with messianic in it, stay away. Okay, these are liberals who they'll call themselves Messianic Jews, which basically is an oxymoron. It's supposedly they're the new Jews who believe in Jesus as the Son of God. And it's what it is Christians who don't want to be acknowledged as Christians because they know there's a stigma that comes with Christianity. They know that the Christian will be persecuted forever. They know the world hates Christians, so they don't want to be labeled as a Christian, and they want all the benefits that come with being a marginalized person. So these people will take the title of a Jew, but then they'll add Christ to it, but they won't call themselves Christians, and they won't just call themselves Jews. They'll call themselves a Messianic Jew, and it's a mess. If you ever hear anybody talking about Messianic Jew, it's just a mess. Stay away from it. But yeah, they will often they will say, they'll like use it as an argument. They'll be like, you don't even know God's name. I'll be like, what are you talking about? I don't know God's name. God literally has hundreds of names in the Bible. There's so many different titles for God in the Bible. And they'll be like, no, his name is Jehovah Yahweh. And I'm like, bruh, you're not even supposed to say that, first off. And second off, that's not even a word. That's not even in the Bible. Like, you don't even know what you're talking about. So, you gotta like do your research and don't listen to people. Don't even listen to me. Make sure you're looking into this yourself. That's why I'm doing this with you guys. But yeah, so the NIV ain't bad. You can't, if you want a little less hard to read translation than the King James version, I would recommend the ESV. I would recommend the New King James. I would recommend you check out the New International Version, the New Living Translation if you're a woman. But don't rely heavily on those. But it's good to look at all of them. It's good to, we're blessed with so many different translations and so many different manuscripts. So it's a blessing to have all these different versions so we can compare and contrast and look at all these different things. I wanted to look at one more version. We'll look at the Message. So the Message, again, was written for missionaries to take to other countries where they don't speak English, because people who speak and read English can barely read this Bible. People who know English well, even when I read this to you guys, I have to go very slowly. I'll stumble on parts. It's tough, and I like that. I think that's good. I think we need that. It makes us take our time and really study to show ourselves approved. But whereas the Message, where's it at? New Living, the Message, which this version of the Message has versification. But see how they put it? If you were to buy a version of the Message, it would not have versification. But they've just done this because I'm searching Psalm 23. And so see how the verses 1 through 3, 4, 5, 6, like in a copy of the Message, you would not have this versification. But God, my shepherd, I don't need a thing. You have bedded me down in lush meadows. You find me in quiet pools to drink from, true to your word. You let me catch my breath and send me in the right direction. Even when the way goes to Death Valley, I'm not afraid. When you walk by my side, your trusty shepherd's crook makes me feel secure. You serve me a 6-course dinner right in front of my enemies. You revive my drooping head. My cup brims with blessings. Your beauty and love chase after me every day of my life. I'm back home in the house of God for the rest of my life. So see, it sounds more story-ish, more it flows better, more poetic. But we know all thoughts are lies. The farther you get into that thought for thought, idea for idea, interpretations spectrum, the farther you go down that dynamic spectrum towards the thought for thought and the idea for idea stuff, you're leaning more on, the susceptibility of man to be flawed, because it's not my job. It's not our job when we're interpreting to try to guess what the apostles and the disciples were. It's not our job to try to guess what they were thinking. It's not our job to try to come up with our own ideas of to what their ideas were 2,000 years ago. It's only our job to read the words they wrote and to make sense of them. So that's why we have lots of different translations. You may hear that the problem with the Bible is it's been translated so many times that it's not even accurate. Mormons often say this. This is a Mormon missionary Bible, and this is a King James version. They use the King James version, but they do have notes from Joseph Smith in the Bible, which are very interesting. You guys should check them out because they're a mess. But for the most part, this is just a King James version of the Bible. But the Mormons put more authority into the Book of Mormon than they do the Bible, because they say they only believe the Bible insofar as much as it's translated correctly. And their argument will constantly be that it's so often been translated by so many different languages in so many different countries that it's not an accurate translation. We can't possibly have an accurate translation. What they don't understand is it's not a game of telephone, guys. We're not taking a translation and then making another translation based on that translation, and then making another translation based on that translation, making another translation based on that translation. That's not how it works. We have the original manuscripts. We have the original handwritten manuscripts from the apostles that were written, and the Catholic Church is the one true church. I highly disagree with that. I highly disagree with that. If you're praying to a woman for your what's the intermission? Not intermission. You're praying to Mary as your intermediary or whatever the word is for Jesus. That's a mess. You're bowing down to statues and worshiping, you know, engraven images. You're confessing your sins to a man in a room. You know, God says don't. You're not supposed to be confessing your sins to a man. You're supposed to confess your sins to God. And yeah, the Catholics are the ones who introduced the Trinitarianism into the Bible, and now they've corrupted all of Christianity with a polytheistic idea of this 3-in-1 idea, which as we just talked about, John never wrote nothing about that. The only verse you can find that supports the Trinity in the King James Version of the Bible, John never wrote it. It was from the Latin Vulgate, and it was never in any of the original Greek manuscripts until after the year 1400. So I disagree with that, West Virginia wildlife, but if that's what you believe, we can all have different opinions. That's fine, and I just don't know if that's the way. No one comes to the Father but through the Son, not Mary. Facts, Lord Spike Protein. That's so feminine, and that's why we see that's why we see all the mess in the Catholic Church. That's why we see all the mess in the Mormon Church too. They feminize the Bible. Like, we were praying to Jesus's mama. Jesus didn't even pray to his mama. Jesus called Mary woman. She said, Jesus, can you make some water into wine? And Jesus said, no, woman, I'll do it when I want to do it. You think Jesus wanted you praying to his mama? Come on now. Anyway, yeah, so be careful with the message. It's very, very far. It's the farthest into the idea scale. But, if it helps somebody, that's good. If the Catholic Church helps somebody overcome and find God, that's good. If any of these translations help somebody, that's good. But those are just some issues I have. And then we'll throw in there. But before I got distracted, I was saying about the telephone thing. We have the original manuscripts. When a new translation comes out, it is being translated for the most part. I mean, I'm sure there's some nefarious ones that have an agenda, but for the most part, it's translated exactly from the original manuscripts. Now, we have the New World Translation, which is the Jehovah's Witness Bible. I recommend you stay far away from that. I recommend you stay away from the Message. But, you can check it out. You might like it. Some people are going to have an easier time reading it. Maybe it can be an introduction, things like this. So, God uses evil for good. Yeah, if you get something out of the Message and that maybe leads you to more study, and eventually you can get to, an ESV or a King James, do that, and maybe you can compare them. You can take the Message and it'll be a easier to digest reading. You can read it and then you can read, your ESV or your King James for a tougher to understand version. You can compare and contrast. So it's very good that we have this wealth of translations. But yeah, stay away from New World Translation. That's Jehovah's Witness Bible. That's a mess. Stay away from the Message for the most part. And then last but not least, I was going to talk about the Mirror Bible. The Mirror Bible is written by a South African teacher, Francois Duport. And his goal is to paraphrase the entire New Testament and select portions of the Old Testament as well. The Mirror Study Bible has footnotes that explain the reasons the author has chosen various reasonings. While Duport claims to be bringing out the meaning of the biblical text, it seems clear that he is actually importing his beliefs into it. Duport is a universalist who believes that all mankind was redeemed through the cross. Jesus died humanity's death, and when the stone was rolled away, we were raised together with him. Every human life is fully represented in him. So this is all from the Mirror Bible. For Duport, the gospel is not that sinners can be saved by faith in Christ, but that humanity has already been saved, and the gospel is simply the enunciation of the fact. People need to become aware that this fact and embrace it. People need to become aware of this fact and embrace it in order to live truly joyful, fulfilling lives. So, like the Mirror And I've also heard that the mirror, it like flips things like a mirror does. It flips things, and that's what it does. So you got to be wary of these different translations. If you see any other translations that I didn't talk about tonight, you should try to stay with those big ones. Try to stay with the NIV, the NASB, the ESV, the New Living Translation, the King James, New King James. Try to stick with these big ones. But if you ever see, come across a translation that you've never heard of, look into it. Do some research. Find out what it's translated from. Is it translated from the Latin Vulgate? Is it translated from the original Greek manuscripts? Which manuscripts did they take from? And who wrote it? Look into their lives, but don't be overly critical. If they messed up in their life at some point, we all mess up, right? But see what kind of person they are. A universalist who believes in this mess, and is a South African Bible teacher, universalist, creating his own revisionist Bible. Like, be wary of these things and pay attention. A comparison of a few passages from the ESV and Mirror Bible will illustrate Detour's theology. John 1:12 in the ESV, but to all who did receive him, who believe in his name, he gave the right to become children of God. These are compared with many who reject Christ in John 1:11. Mirror Bible completely reverses this. The point of the Mirror Bible paraphrase is not that people need to become children of God. But it doesn't have the verses of the Mirror Bible. ESV, he came to his own, and his own people did not receive him. Yeah, but where's the Mirror Bible version? Anyway, I think I've went on enough about this. So yeah, Mirror Bible, stay away from it. Satanic Bible, and for the for Dr. Robert Plummer, who said that we shouldn't critique any different translations of the Bible, there's a translation called the Satanic Bible. So we have to be critical of translations. You can't just stamp Bible on something and say it's divine and it's from God. We have the eclectic texts, which is great, over 5,700 manuscripts, but we still have the Textus Receptus. We still have the original manuscripts. We still have Erasmus's original works, even though it is missing some things. So you can take, you can read mostly King James, and then when you want to learn about Revelations, you can go to an ESV. Switch it up, guys, and yeah, just have fun with the Word, with the Bible, I should say. I believe Jesus is the Word. I don't consider the Bible. I don't call the Bible the Word of God, as a lot of Christians do. The Bible is the letter, and it does say in the Bible, we live through the Spirit, not through the letter. We should study to show ourselves approved of the Scripture. The Scripture is revered, and it should not be changed. It should not be altered. All these things, but the Word is Jesus, and God is the Word. We don't live by the letter. We live by the Spirit. If you believe you have to have a Bible to get to heaven, then none of the disciples had Bibles. Jesus didn't have a Bible. They had books from the Old Testament. They had manuscripts from the Old Testament. But even Jesus said the Old Testament is done away with. So the only biblical books that the Word is in Genesis. The Word is in Genesis. The Word is the Word is the Word. But yeah, so just because it has Bible stamped on it doesn't, we need to study, show ourselves approved if we want to be talking about this stuff. So now if you're a new Christian, or you're just getting into it, or you're looking into it, it's fine. Check out all the different translations. There's a lot of great stuff in this book. It's the greatest book ever written. It's the most critiqued. It's the most analyzed. It's the most translated. It's the most sold. It's the most picked apart. It's the most historically accurate. It's the most just beautiful text. Just amazing writings from intelligent minds of their time. People will say the Bible's written by a bunch of illiterate idiots. No, it's not. The Bible was written by some of the greatest minds of the time. The Bible was written by philosophers, these great philosophers, kings, poets, just all like this book. This book is the most, it is just a book. It's just some paper right here in my hand. But the words in this book were inspired by men who were written by men who were inspired by God. And it's powerful. This is a powerful book, historical, analyzed, critiqued, just everything about it is amazing. So get you a Bible, guys. Get in that Bible. When God said, let us create man in our image, he was speaking to the Word, the Son, which equals Christ. Yeah, because he said us. He said us. Yeah. And I agree that Jesus was with God from the beginning. I just don't agree that they're the same thing. I don't believe in the Trinity. I don't believe that Jesus is God. I believe God is God. God is the Father. Jesus is the Son. Jesus is our example of a perfect man who was on earth. We're supposed to follow Jesus' example to find our way to God the Father through Jesus. And that's the only way it can be done. But, I got to go off what Jesus told me. And what Jesus says throughout this book is that he is not God. Over and over and over again, repeatedly. He says he's not God. He was with God from the beginning. He is the Word. God is also the Word. The Holy Spirit is the Word. These are all the Word. The letter is not the Word. This book is not the Word. The Scripture is not the Word. We are supposed to take care of the Scripture. It is inspired by God, but the Word is God and the Holy Spirit and Jesus, but they are not one. They are not the same thing. They were all there together. And that's why when God said, let us create man in our image, he's talking to Jesus. He didn't say, let me create man in our image. He said, me and Jesus and the Holy Spirit, we're all gonna create him. But God is the true power, and this Trinity stuff was just added by Catholics, added through the Latin Vulgate, added by the Catholics through the Council of Nicaea, Constantine in the 3rd century, like 320 something after Jesus died. And then they forced Erasmus to add it to the Bible with some manuscript that just came out of nowhere 1400 years later. And that's why we have one verse in here that talks about the Trinity that John never wrote. So, you got to study these things, but that's my deep dive on biblical translation, guys. That's it. That's it, man. We went deep. We went deep on it. Dean said in the comments, he's like, I know you won't be able to give me a very detailed analysis of the different translations of the Bible, but do your best. Dang, I've had the volume down this whole time. I hope you guys can hear me. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. Yep, I agree with that. He's like, I don't know if you'll be, you'll probably just be able to give me a very basic overview of the translation. Now, we went pretty deep, Dean, for you, and you're not even in the chat. What the? But, yeah, so I think that's all I got. New Living Translation is a woman's Bible. Yep, I said that. Yeah. I think I went through everything. Let me see what time is it? 9:58, 10 o'clock? It's 10 o'clock. Maybe we should wrap it up. I got a brew. Now that I'm done talking, I'll take a sip of my brew. I was listening. Nice. It was deep. Fun topic, bro. Thank you, Stubborn. I hope you guys like that. A little thumping. We do it a little thumping. Next week we'll do something more fun. But that was a good question from Dean Melkin, so I really wanted to go into it. Do I got anything else? Check out this clip I took today. I recorded this. Oh, it's sideways.
In like half an hour, but I'm walking Echo. I found this cricket getting killed by this wasp. This is nuts. This wasp is taking this cricket down. Look, he's flipping his leg around trying to get it off. It's gonna fly off and come attack me. This wasp is biting his neck.
Going straight for the neck. Dang. That was just before the show started. I recorded that. I don't think I got nothing else. Played all the clips, showed all the pics, did the meme review. Do I got any videos in YouTube that I could show? Sorry about the resolution, guys. I forgot to fix that before the show. I tried to fix it, but it's an Asian cricket. What the? Oh, Samson has a new song out. Let's listen to this new Samson song, do a song review.
One of the things I tell young men, well, and young women as well, but the young men.
One second, guys. Got a new Samson song. I'm hyped. I haven't seen the new Samson. Quick, make a sandwich. I love Samson. I haven't heard, he hasn't dropped a new song in a long time. So let's check this out.
Don't tread on me. Those are words that I stand by, homie. It doesn't mean I'm gangster, it doesn't mean I'm country. It means that my life is in my hands only. I don't have money for security. I don't have armed guards that I keep snug around me. You don't think I deserve protection like you do, and that means you don't give a fuck about me. Gated community, that's what you live in. Hatred and mutiny, that's what we live in. So come down here and hang with us for a minute. See if you leave with the same fucking opinion. Who's gonna help me out if I get robbed? What if somebody were to beat up my mother? Who's gonna be there to save our lives? You? Nah, me, motherfucker. I'm the only one that's got my back. It's dog eat dog, these are not no There's cops in Michigan that can't even respond to their calls because their cars ain't got no gas. Police don't have any fuel, you don't know if they'll arrive when you call them. The babies are starving, my girlfriend can't find a tampon, and yet somehow you and I are the problem. I've never bought a gun without having my background scanned and approved. The only loophole I've seen on a gun is the one that you put a fucking lanyard through. It's not true that you can go to the store and just swipe your card and get a Glock and run. It's funny, the people that say that shit have literally never even shot one. Hey, Matthew McConaughey.
Yo, this dude is so based.
Just because you've murdered people on screen doesn't mean you know shit about guns, you dumb fuck. You're worried about us? What about all of those violent movies that you played? How about you go talk to Alec Baldwin before you start telling me what to do, okay? Uvalde, I was horrified by it. That's your hometown, you were born right by it. It probably cuts deep, and I hope that it does, because you work in an industry that glorifies violence. It's more your fault than it will ever be mine. Lord only knows how many crimes that you've influenced throughout your whole career, because I've seen you kill people plenty of times. What do you think is gonna cause a shooting? A YouTube video of a gun review? Or a Hollywood murder scene that seems so realistic it looks like it's from the news? So next time that you want to point your finger with a stupid opinion.
Hold on. Speaking of a YouTube video with a gun review, if you guys missed the stream the other night, I was showing off my new Crossman freaking vigilante pellet gun, which was partially bought through super chats and stuff from you guys, because I figured I got, I work, so I got all my bills paid and things that I normally spend money on. So this stuff is money that I can sink back into the channel. So idiots with scales. So I got a pellet gun, some pellets, some CO2, a new hammock, because I've never done hammock camping and I want to try it. And we're going to do a camping trip, probably not this weekend, but the following weekend. But I'm going to go out and spend like 3 days over the weekend in the woods, do some hammock camping. I'm going to do a pellet gun review of my new pellet gun. I'm going to do a hammock review. I'm going to do let's go camping videos. And I'm going to try to do a catch, clean, cook with squirrel or bunny or whatever small game I can manage to take out with this pellet gun. But it's funny, he's talking about YouTube gun reviews. I'm going to do a pellet gun review on YouTube.
Opinion and chime in with it. Remember, it ain't me that they're trying to be like, dog. It's you that they're trying to mimic. I feel way more safe in a place where the people are legally armed. If something happens like a mass shooting, I have a way less chance of being lethally harmed. The criminal is gonna think twice if he knows everybody is a piece underneath their clothes. And Mayor Lightfoot will probably tell you different, but have you seen Chicago? And no, before you ask, I don't want to be like Canada either, and I don't want to be like Australia. I'm sick of everybody using them as a humanity meter. There's a reason that they can do whatever they want to their citizens like fucking throw them in camps. And there's a reason that our government doesn't even try that shit, cause they know that they can't. If you don't think for one split second that if we didn't have our Second Amendment, the government wouldn't overstep its boundaries and make us do shit even when we're against it, you're out of your mind. I don't give a damn where you stand or how or what you vote. That's dandy and fine if you trust Uncle Sam, but I, for one, fucking don't. And why would I? What have they done? Give me a reason for me to believe them. They want to trade me a little security in exchange for a big ass piece of my freedom. They don't want to take away guns because they care about you and they want to keep you safe at night. They want to take away guns because it's easy to control people if they don't have any way to fight. Hey, buddy, what your little AR-15 gonna do when the government comes to take it? Well, Ukraine started handing out rifles to all of the citizens when the Russians invaded, so what about that? I thought it wouldn't help. I guarantee that it'd be better than nothing. I hope it never does, but if the day comes, I bet that you're gonna...
Wait, he said Ukraine started handing out rifles to all of its citizens as soon as Russia invaded. What? How's that gonna help?
Hey buddy, what your little AR-15 gonna do when the government comes to take it? Well, Ukraine started handing out rifles to all of the citizens when the Russians invaded, so what about that? I thought it wouldn't help. I guarantee that better than nothing. I hope it never does.
What up, man, Godson?
Comes, I bet that you're gonna wish that you had something.
Yep.
This is the only country on earth where the people have real strength. And nowadays, with all the shit going on, it's the only thing that makes me feel safe. If there's anything that I've learned in the past couple years, looking back at the pandemic, all of the shit that we have is fragile, and it could snap at any second. Fuck all of the politicians. I don't trust anything they say. Take the word gun out of gun control, and that's all that it is at the end of the day. I don't give a fuck how crazy you think that I look or I sound when I say this shit, but our Second Amendment's the only thing that stands between us and a dictatorship.
Facts.
And as for the kids, I'm not a security expert, so I won't act like one. But I think that if we can send over $50 billion to Ukraine, we could surely spend that much, or more, or less, here in our own country to fortify our schools and make them more secure so that every kid can get an education safe and sound. Place several trained armed guards in every school across America. You know, real men who won't stand by for 45 minutes in the hallway while a shooting unfolds in front of their own eyes. Pay them well, too. There's veterans that need the work. Why not protect our kids the same way that we protect you? Politicians are protected by guns. Celebrities are protected by guns. Every important person that walks this earth is protected by a gun. But our kids, they're important. Just not as much as you.
Dang. Ooh, God. Yo, Samson is a beast, bro. I don't care what you say. Samson is on fire, bro. Samson killing it. I love Samson. Yep. You know, he cusses, but he's on point. He's based, you know. And he doesn't even really pick political sides so much, you know. But he kind of just calls it like it is, you know. It's based. I love me some Samson. Gun control questions from Bryson. Bryson got a new song out. Oh, Tyson James got a new song too. Just listen to a few songs before we head out. We'll probably be heading out here in like 15 minutes. I'm jumping off. See you later, Lord Spike Protein. We're about to head out here in a minute.
Come on, YouTube. Why you ban my stuff?
It's gonna jam out to some music.
I thought we were supposed to be tolerant. I mean, what happened to my truth? You know, it's funny how all these rappers are talking about murdering, killing, raping, stealing. Yeah, now I get banned. They tripping at your boy. YouTube gave me one strike. Y'all about to see the hand of God. Give me one swipe. Calling out sin, but y'all just want to shun Christ. But everybody bound to the sun when he comes, right? And maybe I should make a song of thugging like it's cool. Or maybe make a song of selling drugs to the youth. Maybe then I'll blow up. Maybe then I'll be huge. Big tech fights back when you're fighting for the truth. Look, I ain't passive with the work, but if I rap like Lil Durk and kill black men that go brag on who I murk, or tell kids to get high like pass another perk, but that path don't work. Man, the last will be first. You picked a fight with the deal breaker. I'm American and y'all the real traitors. You gon' see the sword and he the steel maker. Then you go into the furnace, he the real baker. And how I feel to be a vapor. Hey, YouTube. Deleting people that you don't like must be handy. I thought y'all were tolerant. I'm not understanding. I support the people, real families. I'm on God's team, you need him badly. Hey, YouTube, why you ban me? You back me in the corner, now you made it vigilante. You made it vigilante. Y'all gonna be crapping in your panties when you see the king coming with the Stanley. Hammer coming down and you the patty. I serve a God of war, now that's manly.
Anybody there? Unable to chat, connect chat. Please try again later. Unmod me? Why you want to be unmodded? I can unmod you. Can you hear me? Check, 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 check. Sorry, my power just shut off. So we're about to head out. What the heck? What is going on here? Check. Yeah. Oh, you can hear me? Okay. Why you want me to unmod you? You really want me to unmod you, Red Dirt Farm? My power went out. And now I can't. Like, my TV shut off. Hold on. There we go. Okay, there we go. Yeah, my power shut off. My laptop stayed on, but my internet went down. The air conditioner went off. Everything that was hooked up to the laptop stayed on from the battery of the laptop, but the TV shut off. So you hear me now? All right. Oh, it's raining outside. Oh my gosh, it's raining outside. It must be storming. It's the first real rain in like 3 months. I can hear it. Nice. All right, well. Oh yeah, it's lightning and thundering. Okay, we got a storm going on, guys. First rain we've had. We got thunder and lightning outside. That's why the power shut off. So I'm gonna dip out, guys. Thank you, Stubber One, Red Dirt Farm, everybody who stopped by. We had a smaller showing tonight, but it's still decent, still good. I thought it was a great show. A lot of people that normally come through didn't come through tonight. I hope we ain't falling off, but we had some new people. West Virginia Wildlife jumping through. The Gets, thank you. Robbie, thank you. Lord Spike Pro Team, Lord Column B, Raymond, 11, Lord Luca, Swan Song was in the house. Everybody that came by, man, Godson, thank you guys. I'm going to head out. We finally got some rain. Nice. I'm going to go sit out on the porch. Grim did a live tonight. Oh, I would check it out, but maybe that's why people weren't here for this. But that's fine. Grim came through. He gave me super chats. Thank you for the super chats. Lord Bibby was here, gave me some super chats. So that was pretty awesome. Thank you, Lord Spike Protein, as usual. You're always coming through. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna head out Monday nights every week. That was a really fun show, bro. Listen with the wife and kids while we got down on some dinner. Nice. I hope your kids weren't around for the monkeypox part and stuff like that. But thanks everybody for stopping by. Great show. Monday night again next week, 5 p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. Eastern time. Every week, kicking the week off right. You know, we're gonna do some more Men's History Month stuff for Men's History Month. And thank you guys for watching. I've had a great time hanging out with you. I'm gonna head out though. Peace out, Stubborn One. Peace out, Red Dirt. Take care, guys. Later.